Hello.
It is to ensure success in your life. You have to choose your life and you should say no to drugs. So before I go into the details of my presentation, I would like to play one video for you. I want all the students to watch this video, and this video is taken from YouTube only, and it is available as O Yuvata. So when you are watching this, it's not an entertainment video. Rather, it should inspire you and it should make you understand the ill effects of drugs, and it should inspire you to stay away from all these things. So let us watch this video first.
Oh Yuvata, oh Yuvata, ఈ దేశంలో నువ్వే మా భవిత, మాయదారి మత్తులో జారిపోతే ముప్పురా, వెలుగునిచ్చే చదువులో చీకటడుగే తప్పురా, నీ నెత్తుర ఓ యువత ఓ యువత ఈ దేశంలో నువ్వే మా భవిత అమ్మలాలిని మించి ఉంద ఆ మైకల్లో నాన్న కూడా గుర్తురాడ ఆ నిమిషంలో నిన్నే చూసి లోకం చీ అంటుంటే పాపం నిన్నే కన్నా ప్రాణం ఏడుస్తోంది చూడు చేతులారా నిన్ను నువ్వే చంపుకుంటావా? ఓ యువత, ఈ దేశంలో నువ్వే మా భవిత. ఈ దేశంలో నువ్వే మా
Dear students, I hope all of you have seen that video, and that video very clearly depicts the natural history of a drug addict and ultimately where it ends. Yenapoya deemed to be university is committed to provide a safe environment for all of you, and we wish all of you a bright future, substance-free future. That is why here we have established a Center for Substance Abuse Prevention, and each time as a part of student induction program, we conduct this awareness session for all the students of the university, that is choose life and say no to drugs. Whenever we talk about these drugs, we use a common term, that is substances of abuse. What do we understand by substances of abuse? As it is shown in this picture, you can see from cigarette to alcohol to any kind of narcotic drugs, all these substances are addictive substances, and they alter the function of the human brain, and all these substances have an impact on the behavior of the person. I'm sure that you must have come across people who are addicted to tobacco or addicted to alcohol. Even few of you may know your friends or somebody who are addicted to narcotic drugs. You know that how it is affecting the behavior of a person. So why we are so much concerned about these drugs or substances of abuse? There are many reasons why we should be extra cautious about the substances of abuse. Few major points I would like to highlight. First of all, the addiction caused by these substances and the medical issues or the diseases caused by these substances and the impact of this on our economy and also drugs as a social issue. First, when you look at addiction, the use of drugs changes the brain in a fundamental and lasting way, and it leads to addiction. So you can just look at the picture here, a healthy brain versus an addicted brain. So there are biological changes. This is nobody's imagination. So it is the biological changes that happens in the brain. You can see the alteration. You can make a comparison, and it is clearly evident that a brain changes happen in a drug addict, and then that is the reason the person finds it very difficult to come out of this particular habit. And as you people who are listening to me, you are young adults. I understand all those who are listening to me are postgraduate students. So you have crossed the adolescence, but you are still young adults. So a word of caution to all of you. The young adult brain is hyperactive and your brains are susceptible to hierarchy hijack. And because of this, the habit progresses to illicit drugs of higher grade. Why it is so? Because the brain is highly vulnerable. And what happens is, like people may try due to various reasons, but then unknowingly, even before a young adult realizes, they get completely trapped. And the hierarchy hijack means, as shown in the video, you have seen that in that video, father has locked the son inside the room and he was crying, Amma. And naturally, any mother feels sad. And what did she do? She went to the kitchen and took some rice, thinking that this fellow must be hungry, and then, to feed him with rice. But what happened? A person where his, like the priority is hijacked by the drugs before, like, even not the food, not shelter, not, relative, not friends, their priority changes to drugs. That is the very reason you could see that he could not even identify his mother in front of him. He just pushed her and then he ran out in search of drugs. That is what is called as hierarchy hijack. And coming on to the health effect of substances of abuse. So I have put few of the pictures together because it is not what the name of the disease that matters. From the picture, it is very clear, either tobacco, alcohol, or any type of narcotic drug, it does do any good to the human body, rather it harms every part of the human body. So you can see the markings there. Every organ of the body is marked and then tagged with a disease. So it's very, very clear all the substances of abuse are very much harmful to the human life and our health. And whenever I make a presentation to the students, many a time students come out with this question, whether tobacco, is it so bad? That is the reason I thought I will add a slide about tobacco. So tobacco, anybody thinks that tobacco is not as bad as other substances. Probably I would agree with you because we are living in a world, we hear about MDMA, LSD, bigger things. So when compared to that, when somebody says that, okay, someone uses tobacco, we may feel, thank God it is only tobacco, it is not MDMA. But then it's not really true because tobacco is considered as gateway drug. If you search in the Google, just tobacco gateway drug, you will get all the information. I have put few points for your reference. See, most of the drug addicts begin their habits with tobacco. So what happens when somebody starts using tobacco, it opens the door to the use of illicit drugs because it's a gateway to bad company and other drugs. What happens when you're in bad company? some of the bad friends would tell that why you are using tobacco, it doesn't give enough kick as ganja, or it doesn't give us, like a high, make you feel as high as MDMA. And these days the availability is plenty. So, like people might get tempted to use all other things. It's not only that biologically it causes some changes in the brain that makes a person's brain more susceptible to addiction. So what happens? They go from one to higher levels of substance of abuse. So if any student who is listening to me, if you are using tobacco, or if you think use of tobacco is not a big matter of concern, I would call your attention to this fact. Tobacco is not safe. Tobacco is bad. And tobacco in any form is harmful, either cigarettes or pan masala or hookah, which is freely available in all the shops, and or BD these days anyway. I know that youngsters are not going to use it, but if any of your family members are using, even snuff, some of the elders in our family may be using. So you can tell them tobacco is harmful in any form of use. I am very, very, very particular about conveying this message to you because I'm an oral pathologist. We deal with cancer cases and we write the report of cancer cases. In my experience, the number of oral cancer cases are increasing day by day. And if at all you you get a chance to visit any cancer hospital, or if at all you are coming to our main campus, we have got Sulekha Yenapoya Cancer Center. I welcome all of you to go and see the patient. If you go there, you can see most of them are caused due to tobacco. And once again, let me say that preventable. Okay, so like if at all some, like you may think that people who do not use tobacco also get cancer. Yes, of course. Small children also get cancer. That's their fate. There are many other etiological factors. But then this using tobacco, people are buying cancer. So I request all of you to stay away from tobacco. And if any of your family members are using tobacco, please like inform them about the ill effects of that, and then help them to come out of it. And then this is one picture I want all the youngsters, irrespective of whether you are a boy or a girl, because there is no gender bias in this. Because if you see the tobacco use or the cigarette smoking is increasing in girls, because in an attempt to show equality, many girls wrongly end up in all these habits. Okay, so, and one more thing, the first cigarettes are always a gift. It is not purchased most of the time. So if at all in future anybody offers you a cigarette, maybe a friend or a family member or even your father, they offer you a cigarette, please remember about this picture. I want everybody to know this picture, because a beautiful cigarette rolled in white paper with a golden border looks very beautiful. And maybe for some of you it may look so manly because you have seen the film stars and all in the advertisements, it's no smoking. But then that is not the reality. They are actually a fool on the other end of the cigarette. We always say a cigarette is a fire on one end, a fool on the other end. Why do we say that? Because a cigarette, which looks so beautiful, it is a cocktail of poison. You can see this, like so many things are there. So many bad poisons which you otherwise even get scared to touch it with the hand. When a person who smokes cigarettes happily, willingly will be inhaling all that, poison into yourself. Around 4,000 chemicals are there in cigarettes. Out of that, around 40 of them are causing cancer. That is the reason tobacco users, most of them finally end up with lung cancer or oral cancer. So please, my dear students, please pay a special attention to this particular picture. And anytime you see a cigarette, bring back this picture into your mind and you just say a big no to cigarette when somebody offers you. Not only cigarette, in any form, tobacco is bad for health. So now, drug abuse as a social evil. So many of you would have come across people who are drinking, with people who are addicted to alcohol. That's the best example for you to relate, because you may not be very much exposed to the people who are, addicted to narcotic drugs. But alcoholism is very, very common, and then you can relate it. So what happens in an alcoholic's life? Or what happens in a drug addict's life? Relationship distress. So you have seen in that video that boy was nicely smoking, but a day came when his parents came to know what has happened. The relationship, that disturbance in the relationship, family relationship, and friends relationship. Many a times we catch our students having, struggling with the substance abuse because they pick up arguments with the teachers, they pick up arguments or fight with their friends. That is the first time it comes out. And then many a times, particularly the hardcore drug addicts, they exhibit criminal behavior as shown in that video: lying, stealing to pay for the drugs, because drugs, buying drugs is a costly affair, and ultimately it leads to violence. Then later on, such a person gets married, then family instability, abuse, violence, family breakup, then poverty, homelessness, and then accidents, death, etc. So because of all these things, drug abuse is considered as a social evil. And to keep away from all these substances of abuse, it's good to know how it begins and then it progresses, so that you can safeguard yourself from all these substances of abuse. So every drug addict, the natural history of a drug addict begins with initiation. So what is initiation? Somebody willingly say yes to it. That means when somebody offer you a cigarette, you take it and smoke. That is your free will. And when you sit with your friends and a person who is smoking ganja offers you that, take it and smoke. That is willfully, if you say yes to that, that is what is called as initiation. When you say yes to that, you alone, you are saying yes to that. But then what happens? All these substances of abuse, it has got addictive materials within that. For example, tobacco has nicotine. Nicotine is highly addictive because it changes the brain. It stimulates the that pathway, okay, pleasure pathway. So because of that, a person who has used this feel like again and again using it. So because of the addictive materials within the substances of abuse, what happens? That the person gets pushed into the habit further and further. That is called as progression, and this progression goes further till a person completely fall into the ditch, that is addiction. Once a person is addicted, it is very, very difficult to come out of it, and then that person may require somebody's help to go through the addiction process. So I want all of you to pay attention to this. First of all, people who have never used it, please be sure that you are not going to start this habit. So you are not initiating it. If at all, by chance you have already initiated, because why I'm telling this is I do understand all these habits are introduced to small children, even in the school itself, earlier in the high school, now even in the primary school itself, all these things are introduced to the students by their friends or somebody or the other. So by chance any of you have started this habit, before you go into the the deeper stages of progression or addiction, deal with it so that it's easier for you to come out of it. So I will tell you what to do later. And anybody who is addicted also, take the help and then try to come out of it. So now all of us know, and because these drug awareness programs are so rampant everywhere from the school time, It is being told to you by the teachers and the parents and the elders, please stay away from drugs, don't smoke, don't drink alcohol. All those things are told to each one of us. Okay, but still people get into this habit. Why? That's a big question. So one set of people, you can say, to feel good, to have a novel feeling or novel sensation or experiences and to share them. When I say this, let me tell you that that you, like a young brain, I told you, you are still in the stage of the brain development. You are still in the stage of crystallizing your thoughts and ideas. So this is the time you are susceptible to all that hierarchy, hijack, and so many problems. So at this time, it is not your brain, actually your sensibility that is guiding you, rather, like your friends and, like other. That is why the youngsters, take very wrong decisions, sometimes, risky decisions in life. Okay, so and you get bored of something, you want to like experiment new things. So but then it's all good, it's part of your brain development. It's good to experiment, but then you should know your limit. You should know the line which is like a dangerous and not dangerous. Within the safety level, do your experimentation, crystallize your idea and crystallize your personality. That is required actually to become a very good human being or very sensible, responsible adult. So there is nothing wrong in it. But then when you are experimenting, please don't get into the habits of drugs and other things which are dangerous for your mind and body. And the second set of people, why do they start the habit? To feel better. So to reduce their anxiety, worries, fears, depression, hopelessness, that is also part of life. At many times, we also feel anxious, we also worry, and we also go through the stages of low depression, hopelessness, etc. But then, how to deal with that is very important. Okay, so instead, some people, what they do, like they may have some bad friends who will tell them, take a puff, you will become all right. But is it really true? No. Maybe a moment, like for a short period of time, you are totally go out of your mind and you feel the worries are gone. But then your worries are getting added up. Okay, so please understand, like in both these two situations, if you are able to handle well, that means to feel good, I would say, like if you want to feel good, you can just try out something which is like a something safe, even having good food, having like a, even trying out some new sports or new hobbies. All those things can keep you happy and give you new like happiness and new experiences. And when you are feeling low or worried, instead of going to all these substances, like you just look at some positive ways of handling, so that you will become more and more stronger in facing the realities of life. And if you don't do, what happens? Either of the reasons, you try out drugs, and then shortly the use becomes abuse, and then you will be like this cat. You will be caught inside that. So, and the people, as shown in that song, people will look at you with disgrace. So I do not want, and I'm sure that none of you want yourself to be looked at the way we look at this cat. Okay. So now the message from this, whatever presentation I have done, like the message is prevention is better than cured. It's very, very difficult because we are dealing with the students who are addicted to substances, and they go for one set of de-addiction, then again come back and again get into. So once a person is into addiction, the brain changes will drag them again and again back into the addiction. So prevention is always better than cure. But yeah, so now how to prevent yourself, like or to keep you safe from all these substances. Okay, some tips for you. First of all, the most important thing is clear understanding. Whenever somebody says that drugs gives you that experience, this experience, please remember, drugs take you to hell disguised as heaven. Some people will tell that, you feel like flying. Yes, you feel like flying, but ultimately, where will you end up? You will end up in the hell. So clear understanding about the ill effects of tobacco or, alcohol or other drugs. That is what is the first and the foremost important thing to stay away from this. Second thing, be aware and be cautious. Educational institutions are the main targets of drug peddlers. You know that wherever educational institutions are there, these peddlers think that is their, market, because it's very easy to drag the students into it and they ensure their business. And sometimes even they admit the students into educational institutions so that they can get an easy entry into the college or into the university. So please be aware, you are new students to a new campus. Once you come to a new campus, you will be choosing your new friends. So try to understand them, try to observe them before you choose your friends. And also, please don't get into bad friendship or, like a wrong situation, so that, you may be unknowingly dragged into these drugs and other substances. So be aware and be cautious. And of course, positive things. You set a goal for your life. I'm sure that all of you have taken post graduation in, like some or the other course with a dream to achieve high in your life, a great career ahead. So whenever you get temptation, you think of the goal that you have set, because any of the substances are going to be big impediment, obstacle in your path towards success. So set your goals and daily remind yourself about the goal. So, this personality development people, they say that every day morning, you stand in front of the mirror and say, I will, I can, I should. The same way, you think about your goal and you say that, okay, I just want to be positive in my life. And, like I will not do anything that is going to break or, to put a block in my career path. So then automatically you will get the courage and conviction to stay away from drugs. And then second thing, you may have friends who are using it. So somebody might offer you. So stop before you start and learn to say no, a big no. Okay, so tell, as shown in this, no, not even once. I don't need that in my life. That should be your attitude when it comes to drugs. And not that today I will not, but tomorrow I can try, or later next week. This week I have to go to temple, or this week I have to do my prayer. I know that some students who do not have the courage to face even the friends will tell, silly excuses. What happens? The temptation will come next time. So the moment you say that I am, convinced that it is bad for my body, bad for my mind, bad for my career, bad for my future, so I don't want to use it. One day you tell that and your friend is not going to force you any further. If a person forces you, then he is not a good friend of yours, then stay away from them. Then all of us want to have, some happiness. So you should have some healthy living habits. You, in the college itself, they will provide you some, that opportunity for sports, etc. Participate in all that, and then, take happiness in that, so that you will not be dragged into, unwanted substances, etc. And spend time with your loved ones daily. Those who are coming to the hostel, please talk to your parents daily at least once, to your cousins, your siblings. That will be a reminder for you about their dreams about you too. As you have dreams about your future, your parents also have dreams. Your sister, your brother has a dream for you. So, like when you are in good relationship with them, you do not want to disappointment with them. That will be a motivation for you to stay away. And then next is stay engaged. Do something that gives happiness. And it need not be guitar, only that picture is like that. Buy one pastry and eat. Buy one biryani and eat. That also gives you happiness. And the last thing, remember, human life At every point of life, we will have smaller or bigger situations that we may have to handle. We may have problems. So the courageous person will face the problem so that you will get the ability and the strength to face the bigger challenges that comes up in life. So alcohol, tobacco, drugs are not solutions for the problems in life. If anybody thinks that, I would say that is the ultimate foolishness. So learn to face the realities of life, and that you face the challenges. That is what makes you a good human being and a strong adult who is ready to face the challenges of the world. And in Enapoya University, that is what we want from all of you. So now that's another important thing that I would like to let you know, that is how to deal with the peer pressure. And that is what, at your age, you think your friends are more than anything. To keep your friends happy, you would do anything. No, even I do accept that, I do agree with that, but then not the wrong things. You use your peer pressure for becoming good. You use your peer pressure for excelling in your career, excel in your studies, but not in the wrong things. So if at all the peer pressure is pushing you to do something wrong, please know what is right and wrong and say no like you mean it. And that is what I said. If you say, I know that it is not good for me, so I'm not going to use it. And then avoid situations. Get into a situation and then trying to, resist the temptation at your age may be difficult. So avoid situations and have good friends who can support you and get advices from an adult. In Enapoya Dean to be University, we have mentoring system, good mentoring system, and you all will be allotted with a staff mentor who will help you and who will help you in your sail through in the during your studies. So any type of difficulty which you face, you can take the advice of your teachers and they will help you and they will walk with you as an advisor or a mentor. And by chance, and this is what I have told you, some of you would have already started because because of various situations. I'm not finding fault with anybody, because I do understand the difficulty. Okay, so if by chance anybody has fallen into the trap, deal with it before it becomes a deep seated habit. Seek the help from someone responsible. It is not from your friend. You have to seek the help. If you tell your friend and then, probably you may not get the correct idea, maybe your teacher, your mentor in the college will be the right person to, seek help. And if your mentor requires, we all are here, we can, advise them how to, guide you to come out of this problem. So if not, what will be the end result? So if anybody is using any of these substances, please, I beg you, please try to stop it before it becomes deep-seated habit, because you are still young. So you are still young, so it's easier to come out of it. If it goes into deep-seated habit, what will happen? You have seen in that video, all the activities done in secret will come to light on one day. Many a times you see the TV news. We know that the students have been, the medical students, the postgraduate students, the engineering students, students of esteemed universities get caught. And it's very sad. It's very sad. So, and none of you want to be in this situation, and none of your parents or the teachers want, because every time, every day I pray that I should not see any of my students in this situation. So please make sure that you don't get into all these kind of situations. And you know that our country has got a very stringent Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substance Act, and accordingly there will be strong punishment. So I'm not telling about the punishment, let us not think of the punishment, rather for my safety, for the safety of the society and safety of my family, I should stay away from all these things. So like police, let us not go into that level, because I've seen the police, because when we go with the police for awareness program, I've seen police literally begging the students, please don't come to get caught and come to us, because that's the end of a person's life. So please, so once again, I would add the second message: prevention is better than cure, and early intervention is desirable. I repeat, prevention is better than cure, and early intervention is desirable. So the take home message for all of you today is a decision made until the age of 21 years. So for you, I'm adding it, maybe up until the age of 25 years could mean a difference between a life enslaved by addiction or a life with full of success and accomplishment. And in Enapoya deemed to be university, all of us are looking forward for each one of you for becoming winners. So be smart, don't start, and if already started, put it out before it puts you out. So a few sentences about our Center for Substance Abuse Prevention. So in Enapoya deemed to be university, we have a Center for Substance Abuse Prevention, primarily dealing, looking at the preventive aspects of substance abuse. That is the reason that I'm taking a session for you and urging, like encouraging all of you to be away from this, that is prevention. And then we also play an important role in early detection and bring our students out of the habit. And when we have a center at the university, at each constituent unit we have a satellite unit, and I will give the guidelines to even the Bangalore campus so that we can also have a satellite unit in the Bangalore campus also. So how it works is we have a team at Enapoya deemed to be university, and I'm the deputy director, and we have a core committee and the student body coordinating all activities, and each college has a team where there is a college coordinator, batch-wise faculty coordinators, and a student body who will coordinate all the activities of the college team. And then each class also we will arrange for a faculty coordinator and student representative, so that that student representative can keep a watch on all the students and then inform the faculty coordinator that if at all anybody requires help. Otherwise also faculty coordinator can observe the student, and it is not the student coordinator or student representative of your batch. Each one of you should take a decision that I will ensure that I stay away from the substances of abuse, and I will help my students to be away from all this. And at the hostel, we will have the workforce, and in all the campus residences, we will have the wardens and other people taking care of this particular matter. So I've mentioned that we take care of prevention and early detection, and then we also take part in handling reported cases. And Enapoya deemed to be university has a very strong policy about prevention of substance substance use in the campus, and each and every student who is admitted to the campus should give a declaration. That also I will arrange for Bangalore campus students. All the students should give a declaration that you will stay away from substances and you will abide by the rules and regulations of the university, and you are bound to abide by that. And some of the support system available in our campus, there is that is also available for Bangalore campus. There is a psychiatry helpline that also I will convey to the the faculty there. There is a 24/7 that free call number is there. Then all 24/7 365 days, if at all it's not only related to narcotics or substance abuse helpline. Anybody who feels low, you want somebody to listen to you, or you want to share your problem so that you feel relief, in such cases you can use it, take your phone and feel free to call them. And if at all anybody is into addiction, if at all you think that you need to get the help, we have in our university, we have de-addiction center that is encouraged, that is a wellness counseling services and psychiatry daycare and rehabilitation center at Enapoya Medical College, that is there in Mangalore. And if anybody needs help, you can just Google, you will get the details. So please make use of all these facilities. So finally, say yes to life and no to drugs. And thanks to all of you for your patient listening, and wish you all good luck and life free from the substance of abuse. And I'm close, before I close my presentation, I'm like, I'm sure that all the students are 100% convinced that you should stay away from substances. And being in your respective places, can you all join me to take a pledge that you will stay away from these substances? I want all of you to keep your right hand on your chest. That is a sign that your commitment. And then you can read it along with me. Take the pledge. I recognize tobacco, alcohol, and all illicit drugs as the greatest enemies to the mankind. Therefore, I pledge to abstain from the use of all substances of abuse and spread awareness about the hazards of the same to the community. I pledge to lead a healthy, substance free lifestyle and will encourage my friends to go substance free in an effort to promote health and wellness. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear students, for your patient listening, and thanks to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to make this presentation. Thank you very much.
sector across the globe. In recognition for this contribution to the education system, in the year 2008, the Ministry of Human Resource Development, on the recommendation of the University Grants Commission, conferred the deemed to be university status. Yennapoya University thus became the first unaided deemed university to be established in the Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. The university, following the accreditation in 2015 by the National Accreditation and Assessment Council with an A grade, has diversified its academic prowess and scope by establishing Yennapoya Pharmacy College and Research Center and Yennapoya Institute of Arts, Science, Commerce and Management in the year 2017, the Yennapoya Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital and the Yennapoya Homeopathy Medical College and Hospital in the year 2018, the Yennapoya Institute of Allied Health Sciences and the Yennapoya College of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences in the year 2021. Yennapoya University has secured accolades by various national and international certification and accreditation agencies, the significant ones being consistent ranking within 100 by the NIRF for 3 consecutive years. ATL ranking of institutions on innovation achievements by the Ministry of Education on 2 occasions under self-finance or private institutions category as an endorsement for the innovation and entrepreneurship development efforts among students and faculty of the university. The university has also been ranked with 4-star grading in KSURF Young University category in 2019. In recognition of contribution to the new knowledge generation, the university has been ranked among the top 50 institutions in India in the SCI MA Geo Institutions ranking consecutively during the last 2 years. There are multiple faculty and administrative activities. Curricular diversification has been the focus of the university. It offers more than 100 programs at the undergraduate, postgraduate, super specialty, doctoral and postdoctoral levels. The university has enrolled more than 6,000 undergraduates, 600 postgraduates and doctoral students, complemented by over 500 well-qualified teachers trained in ICT-enabled teaching learning processes. The classrooms, seminar halls and demonstration rooms are ICT enabled with Wi-Fi facilities extended to all strategic locations in the campus. The integration of information communication technology in teaching learning meets innovative educational standards. Self-directed learning is supported through e-resources on the customized learning management system. Choice-based credit system incorporates a wide spectrum of electives in majority of the programs offered. Internships, industry visits, community postings, skill development training and early exposure to research equip the students professionally competent for employment. The mentorship program supports the mentees throughout the duration of the program to enhance learning experience and personal growth. Community-based training is imparted through the urban rural health centers, PHCs, Rural Healthcare and Development Center, and mobile clinics to inculcate social responsiveness. The university library caters to the learning needs of the students and faculty. It has a vast collection of books, manuscripts, ancient books, digital learning resources. The library transactions are fully automated, facilitating accession and lending of books. The digital library, which is available
Hello,
Hello.
sir Nandipat.
Huh. Oh, Deepak ಅವರೇ. I can just start presenting, is it?
ಹೌದೌದು ಸರ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್
ಹೌದೌದು ಸರ್.
ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ? Okay.
ಓಕೆ.
Good morning, everyone. So, first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk on this topic of stress management and healthy life. I am a professor here in Department of Psychiatry at Anapoya Medical College, Bangalore, and I am privileged to share my views on this very pertinent topic, which is really important for each one of us to know, and especially students to know. So, when we hear the word stress, most of us think that stress is something which is very bad, and stress is something which we need to avoid at all times, or we need to extinguish it, or we need to get rid of our stress. But we all know, uh, practically, in realistic terms, we experience stress every day, and it is near impossible that somebody can get rid of stress from their lives completely. So what I want to stress upon today to all of you is that we need to make stress our partner rather than looking at stress as our enemy. So my presentation is going to be emphasizing on the fact that stress is invariably there in our day-to-day life, and we need to learn some ways in which we can cope with stress, live with stress, and in fact make stress our partner so that we can have a fulfilling life. And as students, you guys can cope with the day-to-day stressors that arise, and work efficiently, achieve all your dreams. So we need to look at stress as our partner. So I'm hoping at the end of today's session, I would be able to convince you guys that we can live with stress, and in fact, we can thrive, with stress. First of all, we need to understand what is stress. So whenever I go to talk about stress management to these colleges, and I interact with students, whenever I ask the question like, what do you think when you hear the word stress? They always end up telling me, stress means pressure, and anxiety and depression, right? So they also tell that college is stressful, right? My teachers are making things very stressful. Exams are stressful. So one gets a sort of sense that stress is something which is coming from outside. It's pressure, it is the exams, it is the college, it is the environment around me. So we always tend to think that stress is something which has been forced upon us from outside. But as a medical person, what I want all of you to understand is that we need to really know what is a stress response, and stress response is actually a physiological response. That is, it is a response happening in our body and mind to the various stimuli and the various events that are happening in our day-to-day life. So it is a response in our body and mind, and not really something being imposed from outside. Of course, there is a stimulus, there is an inciting event outside, I agree with that, but the stress response is coming from within your body. It is your physiology responding to the external event, right? So if you remember from your biology lectures, there are two kinds of autonomic nervous system in our body. So why is it called as autonomic nervous system? Basically, the word autonomous means that it functions automatically, right? We don't have much control over this part of the nervous system. For example, our peripheral nervous system, like if I want to move my fingers, I can command my fingers to move, right? So it is fully under my control, this part of the nervous system. But the autonomic nervous system is autonomous. That is, it is not completely under our control. Okay. And this autonomic nervous system has two parts, something called as the parasympathetic system and the sympathetic system. To understand what are these parasympathetic and sympathetic system, you can think of an analogy. Imagine your car and the accelerator pedal and the brake pedal of your car. So the accelerator pedal of your car is like the sympathetic system. So you want to really drive fast, you press the accelerator pedal and the engine revs and you go faster. Whereas the brake pedal, can be compared to the parasympathetic nervous system. So it's like if you want to slow down and you don't want to, go at that full speed, you put your brakes, right? So in a similar manner, when our mind or when we sense that there is a dangerous thing outside in our environment, okay, or even in our mind internally, if we think that there is a danger to our health, danger to our life, danger to our social image, danger to our family, danger to our future, if there is even an internal thought that there is some danger lurking around, what happens without much of our control is the sympathetic nervous system gets very active. So when your sympathetic nervous system gets active, your pupils dilate, okay, the pupils in your eyes, right? And your heart beats faster, your lungs expand to bring more oxygen into your body, right? And your stomach contracts because digestion is not the priority here. You can't waste energy in digesting whatever food you have taken. Your body wants to pump blood. The heart is beating faster because it wants to pump blood to your muscles. Because it is preparing you for either fighting with the danger or running away from the danger. So you may have heard of the fight or flight response, correct? So sympathetic nervous system sort of prepares you for that fight with the danger or flight from the danger, right? Whereas the parasympathetic nervous system works in an opposite manner. It constricts the pupils of your eyes. It reduces the heart rate. The lungs are not very active. There is not much need for oxygen. Basic requirement is enough. And your stomach, starts functioning, much more so that the digestion process becomes predominant, right? So when you are feeling that, there is no danger lurking around, no work to do, you had a nice meal and no classes, no assignments to be completed, exams are not around, and you immediately feel that lull, and your mind feels dull, you feel sleepy, you feel like maybe just go and lie down on your bed and have a nice nap, right? That's your parasympathetic nervous system being very active. So the parasympathetic nervous system and the sympathetic nervous system, just because the sympathetic nervous system is doing all these things like increasing your heartbeat or increasing your blood pressure, pumping blood through all your body, doesn't mean it is a bad thing, right? Because say, imagine, I don't know where you guys are sitting today. If you're sitting in a big hall and, imagine a leopard enters into the hall that you are sitting, uh, what your body should respond like? It should get ready to run away from there, right? I don't know how many would choose the option of fighting the leopard, right? So you can't really expect that your body will stay calm in that position, right? So you have to do something to run away from there, right? But if there is no danger lurking around, you can, you know, you can, your body can digest the food it has eaten and it can relax, right? So the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems are always, working in tandem, and there is a fine balance that our body tries to bring each and every moment of the day. So if you have to have a smooth ride in your car, you need the accelerator pedal, you need the brake pedal also, right? So you can use it wisely so that you can avoid dangers on the road, and you can safely reach your home, reach your destination, right? So in a similar manner, the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system is really important to, they work in tandem, and they try to bring a sort of homeostasis in our body. So this is the stress response. So we need to clearly understand, that it is a physiological response. It is something happening in our mind and body, right? And it is required. So one may ask the question, why is it required? It is really important because it is a survival response. So imagine, our, ancestors who used to live in forests and caves, right? So every day they had to fight wild animals. Every day they had to maybe escape a snowstorm or huge tsunami, right? So when a blade of grass also moved in the grasslands, they had to think whether there is a tiger, whether a saber-toothed tiger is there, in the open fields. Because if they did not think so, their survival was at stakes, right? So every day, it's a matter of survival for the person who was living in the caves, for our ancestors, right? So this system, this stress response system, was designed for our survival, right? So it is actually helping us to survive. But these days, when you wake up in the morning, how many times do you have to think whether I will survive till the end of the day? How many of us have to worry whether we will be attacked by a wild animal on the way to our road to the college, right? You know, such scares are not there, right? But our mind is still, exposed to various threatening stimuli. For example, your teachers put the exam timetable on your notice board. That also is a threatening stimulus. Your battery is at 3%. You go into panic mode because without communication, we can't think of a life without our phone in our hands. So even these stimuli, external stimuli, can be perceived as threats, and the body does not really differentiate between a threat of a tiger to the threat of an exam lurking around, right? The body, the stress response is quite similar. Maybe there is some difference in the extent. Of course, if a leopard enters your auditorium, the stress response would be too intense, whereas maybe the examination timetable being put on the notice board may cause lesser stress. It may be just a variation in the intensity, but the processes that are happening in your body is pretty much the same. You are still having a stress response. So why I am highlighting this fact is the system of stress response, which is a survival response, is built into our body and minds, and we need not really demonize it and think of it as an enemy which needs to be avoided, because it's impossible that you would get through a day without your stress response being active. Correct? Now, at the same time, we also experience that sometimes there are so many challenging situations in our life that our stress response may be overly active. We don't need this sort of a response system to be active throughout the day, right? Because it exhausts our physiological resources. It takes a toll on our mind and mental health, right? So we need to learn, stress management. But if we want to manage stress, we need to identify signs of stress. Unless we know what actually happens to us when there is a stress response, if we don't really identify the pattern of signs and symptoms, I'm sure, we would not be able to catch hold of the stress response in the real time when it is happening, right? And we will not be able to find ways to handle it, cope with it in an efficient manner. So identifying signs of stress is really important. So when people are stressed, what do they experience, right? They cannot focus, so the kind of things that we experience can be broadly classified into some things like cognitive symptoms. Cognitive means in your mind, in your thinking pattern. There can be some physical symptoms, there can be some behavioral symptoms, right? Physical symptoms are things in your body, and behavioral symptoms are in your behavior, changes in your behavior. So you may be finding it difficult to focus. You may find yourself getting angry easily. You are losing your cool very easily. You are snapping at people very quickly. You may feel that you are restless. You cannot sit still. Imagine you have to enter your YIASCM examination. You are the next in line, and you are made to sit outside the entrance of the hall where YIASCM is being conducted. You find it difficult to sit on the chair, right? You feel like moving around. You see your friends pacing in the area where they are made to wait, right? There is a physical restlessness. You may find it difficult to sleep if you are stressed. You may feel sad or guilty for no reason. You also may, see yourself worrying a lot, right? You are just running various scenarios in your head, right? What will happen if you are asked to go to the dean's cabin? What is he going to tell me? Is he going to suspend me? Is he going to give me a huge responsibility which I will not be able to manage? You know, did they find out that I have done some mischief, right? So you may think a lot. You may run various scenarios in your head. You may find yourself crying a lot. You may become tearful, right? You may feel very exhausted and tired, and you may find yourself to have changes in appetite. Either you are eating more than whatever you used to do usually, or you may develop an aversion to food. You are not feeling like having food at all. You have lost a appetite. You don't feel that the food is tasting good. Or you may feel frank uh, repulsion towards food, feeling nauseous, like a vomiting like sensation, right? So there may be these very extreme kinds of changes in appetite that you may see. So these are some of the things that happens to us when we are stressed. Another thing that each one of us will experience when we are stressed is something which I would call as an experience of being hooked. Okay, right? So what do I mean? This experience of being hooked. We all have a system of values. Okay, for example, when your mother calls in the evening to check on your health and well-being, right? I have a value that I should talk nicely with my mother. Okay, so when we are working in the direction of our values, we tend to move in the right direction. But when you are stressed, you feel you are being hooked. What do you mean when what do I mean when I say the feeling of being hooked? You feel as if you are not moving in the direction of your values. So when you are stressed, you may shout at your mother that, why are you disturbing me at this hour? I have so many things to finish. I have so many assignments to finish. Why are you disturbing me? Right? So when you are experiencing this, when you are hooked, you may not move in the direction of your values. So you have a value that I should be nice and respectful to my mother, But because you are stressed, you are not able to move in that direction, and you are moving in the opposite direction. That is, you are shouting at her, you are disrespecting her, you are not being nice to her. So we move away from our values when we are stressed. So, friends, today we want to learn stress management techniques because other than the physiological response, the stress response that happens in the body, and the changes in the mind, the thinking process, and the behavior that we saw, we also end up moving away from our values when we are stressed. That is another problem that, if you are always stressed, you will move away from the direction of your values. That is, you have joined a university to excel in academics, for example. But if you're stressed all the time, then you may lose interest in academics. You may lose interest in your studies. You may feel like, what's the point in doing these assignments, and what's the point in these studies, right? You may lose touch with your values and move away from the direction of your values. So learning stress management techniques, learning to manage stress is really important because we need to move in the direction of our values. So I'm sure all of you may have experienced, getting hooked when you are stressed, right? So now, what are the things that people would do when they are getting hooked by stress? You know, you may find yourself yelling at people. You may, you may be trying really hard not to think about what is actually stressing you. For example, you have an exam 5 days later, and you are doing all sort of things to keep your mind away from the exam. So you are incessantly scrolling social media, you are watching one Instagram reel after other, or one YouTube short after the other, like a maniac, and not really enjoying it also, because you are trying really hard not to think about what actually is stressing you. You need to study to reduce your stress levels, but you are trying really hard to distract yourself from that, because just thinking about the exams is probably causing a sort of fear and anxiety, and you are trying really hard to not to think about it, right? Also, you are trying to avoid people, places, or situations. So your friends, called you for a trip. They found out a nice trekking place in the outskirts of Bangalore, and they're asking you, come on, man, this weekend we'll go for the trek. But you don't want to talk with your friend. You're not taking their phone call, right? Or you are, just staying in your hostel room, not really keen in going and meeting your friends. You may find yourself staying in the bed a lot. You may be isolating yourself from your friends. So you maybe sitting in a corner in your classroom, not really wanting to interact with friends. You just want to spend time isolated. You may also feel like giving up, right? So your exams are a month away, right? You have a month's time to prepare, but somehow, if you're really stressed, you may feel like, hey, what's the point in all this preparation? This is the first internal, chuck it, I'm not going to study this time. Let me prepare for the next examination really well. I don't really have the time to prepare for this. You feel like giving up easily. Another problem that happens is substance use, right? People may take up, drinking. You may find yourself smoking, and also trying illicit drugs when you are trying to escape from stress. When you choose unhealthy ways of coping with stress, because you are experiencing this getting hooked with stress. You may have strong values that, I want to keep away from substances because they are harmful, but because of the stress, you are not able to move in the direction of your values, and you are getting attracted towards these harmful substances and drugs. You may find yourself starting arguments unnecessarily. You may blame yourself or criticize yourself for everything that is happening around you. You know, so you are stuck in a traffic and you are blaming yourself for, why did I choose to come in this route? I know that this is a very busy route in Bangalore. Why did I choose to come here? You know, I just ask all of you, just think, what are the ways in which you have unsuccessfully tried to manage stress? What else have you tried when you are experiencing this feeling of getting hooked by the stress? I'm sure there may be other 100 things that each one of us may have experienced when we are hooked by stress. So the question comes, what do we do to unhook ourselves, right? So you need certain tools, right? Huh? Maybe not a hammer as you see in the slide, right? But you definitely need some tools. You need some strategies by which we can unhook ourselves, right? So let's try to look at certain strategies to manage stress. First and the foremost, you know, one easy technique, universal technique, which will help us to de-stress or manage stress, cope with stress, is just focusing on our breathing, right? As you can see in the picture, our lungs, the two lungs that we have, right and left lung, they are like huge trees, with lot of branches, and it branches out into smaller branches, and then there are leaves at the end, right? The alveoli, if you remember the structure of lungs. So whenever you feel hooked by stress, just remember to focus on your breathing, focus how you are inhaling, try to inhale through your nose. Just pay attention to the experience of taking the air in, right, and breathe out through your mouth, and just pay close attention to the process of breathing out, right? You can pay attention to, how does the air feel when you are breathing through your nose. Maybe you will find it colder when it enters through your nose, but when you are breathing out through your mouth, it may feel warmer, right? You can also add some masala, add some spice to the whole exercise. You can imagine as if, when you're breathing in through your nose, you are breathing in all, positive emotions. Like you're breathing in happiness, you are breathing in, calmness, serenity, peace, a feeling of relaxation. You're breathing in those things, and it is percolating all your body through the lungs. And when you're breathing out through your mouth, you are, you know, exhaling all the anger, all the frustration, all the anxieties, all the fear, all the restlessness, all the problems that are disturbing you. You're just taking all that from your body and throwing it out through your mouth. Or you can imagine some colors, right? For example, when you're breathing in, you can imagine, some beautiful red and pink and yellow, which is the air is of that color, and it is entering through your lungs. It is entering through all the branches of the lungs, and it's just lighting up your alveoli, right? The leaves of the trees. So whatever suits you, you can try that. If you cannot imagine these things, just put two hands on your tummy, right? And just notice how the hands, how your hands on the tummy raise up when you're breathing in, and when you're exhaling, how the hands are going in. So when you're breathing in, the hands move up. When you're breathing out, your hands move down. So you have to keep those hands on your tummy, and just keep noticing how the movement of the hands occur, right? You can do it sitting, you can do it standing, you can do it when you are sleeping. If you are unable to sleep at night, if you are too caught up with some thoughts about your exams which are coming up, just a simple exercise of keeping two hands on the tummy, and noticing how they go up and down when you're breathing. Try to focus your attention on that, and it may help you. This exercise of mindful breathing can help you to de-stress. It may help you to unhook yourself from all the things that are bothering at that point of time, right? So that's the first tool in your toolkit. Then another tool that we can use to unhook ourselves is focusing and engaging, right? So whatever work you are doing at that point of time, when you find yourself stressed, pay close attention to whatever you are doing. For example, if you are drinking a cup of nice filter coffee prepared by your mother, this beautiful aromatic filter coffee that you are having, right? So just, notice when you hold the mug, the hot, steam that is coming from the hot coffee, right? So the wisps of steam that are flying, right? Also notice, how you bring, when you bring close the mug of coffee, you notice the aroma, the nice aroma that is coming from the coffee. Then you put the cup to your lips. It feels hot and warm, right? And when you take that first sip, how does it taste? What's the texture of the coffee, right? And when you hold it in your mouth, do you see any difference in taste? You know, if you're drinking a strong coffee, is there that bitterness that you experience? Or if you take sugar, notice the sweetness in the coffee. And when you finally swallow and gulp the sip of coffee, how does that feel, right? So pay close attention to the act of drinking coffee, right? Or if you are having a conversation with your friend, you know pay close attention to how the facial expression of the of your friend is changing, right? Notice subtleties in the changes in facial expression. Notice the changes in modulation of voice that the person is having, right? So when you pay close attention to, say, this conversation, you also develop a deeper connect with the person, because you have a really fruitful and effective conversation. But another thing that happens is it also helps you to de-stress, focusing and fully engaging in your whatever activity that you're doing, be it sipping a glass of coffee, or be it talking with a person, be it watching a movie, be it painting, be it sketching, be it finishing your assignment. Focus closely on what you are writing. Focus closely on the how does the pen feel on the paper. Look at the texture, and look at the characters that you're writing. Pay close attention. So focusing and engaging can really help, right? So that is the second tool in your toolkit to unhook yourself. But sometimes what happens is, when you are stressed, you are not just having mild stress, you are experiencing an emotional storm. Okay. For example, your best friend, you had a huge fight with your best friend, and somehow you're feeling very intense anger, right? Or intense frustration, that say you are feeling betrayed by a friend. Okay. That is a best friend that you have, and you are feeling intense betrayal from that friend. You are extremely angry. Okay. So you are not able to think clearly, right? You are not able to do the mindful breathing. You are not able to focus and engage with whatever activity you are doing. So it's very difficult, because there is an emotional storm in your head. Okay. In such situations, one technique, the third toolkit, the third tool in your toolkit can be used. It's something known as grounding yourself. So as you can see in the picture, you see a sapling, fully grounded in the soil, right, with its roots. So what you can do to ground yourself is paying close attention to your senses. Okay. So I'm just asking yourself, when you are experiencing an emotional storm, or even if you are experiencing mind stress, you can use this technique of grounding yourself. Just think of the 5 things that you can see right now. 5 things that you can see right now. Okay. One thing that you have to keep in mind when you're doing this exercise is you should have a childlike curiosity when you are paying attention to your senses. Okay. A childlike curiosity. For example, if you have a toddler at home and he has never seen a balloon, okay, you get a red balloon or a yellow balloon and go and give the toddler, he will be so curious about what this is, he will get so excited to see this new toy, right? So the child has a very instinctual, very natural curiosity, right? We can all try to remember that childlike curiosity that we have. And when we are doing this exercise of paying attention to the 5 things that we can see right now, we should have the childlike curiosity. What are the 5 things that you can see right now? Then, what are the 4 things that you can feel right now? For example, just try to feel, where are your feet right now? How does the shoes that you're wearing feel? Or how does the slippers or sandals that you're wearing right now, how does that feel? Try to press the feet on the floor and try to feel, the sensation. How do you, what is the feeling of sitting on the chair that you are on right now? Where are your hands right now? Where is your body touching the chairs, right? Where is your neck? You know, whatever posture you are sitting, if you are sitting in a hall, how does it, how does your neck feel, right? How does your tongue feel in your mouth, right? So you can pay close attention to the 4 things that you feel, right? And next thing, the 3 things that you can hear. So, the room I am sitting, the AC is making a noise. There is some announcement going on in the public announcement system in the hospital. I can hear some muffled noises, you know, and, I can, maybe if you're sitting in a hall where there is access to the outside, maybe you are hearing vehicles moving around, maybe you are hearing some birds chirping. So what are the 3 things that you can hear, right? Your auditory sense. Pay close attention to that. What are the 2 things that you can smell right now? I can't really smell anything right now in the room, but maybe it may be relevant at some point. And what is one thing that you are able to taste? Maybe if you just had coffee before starting of this lecture, how does that after taste? After coffee, sip of coffee that you had, right? So how is the taste in your mouth? So when you are trying to ground yourself, have childlike curiosity and think of 5 things that you can see, 4 things that you can feel, 3 things that you can hear, 2 things that you can smell, and 1 thing that you can taste. Of course, smell and taste, you may not have something all the time, but the rest of the 3 things, visual sense, touch sense, as well as, auditory sense, you can definitely use it. So when you are experiencing an emotional storm, paying close attention to your senses can be very helpful to help you calm down, right? Also, I see a lot of young people and other individuals who are experiencing lot of emotional distress, even when they are trying to ground themselves using this technique that I already discussed, they are not able to control, so what I would advise, if you are experiencing such emotional distress, going and standing in a cold shower can be really helpful, right? Just go and stand and pour some cold water or stand below a shower, a really cold shower. It can help. That shift in temperature can help you to reset. Or I also tell people to hold ice cubes in both of your hand. Grab some ice cubes and hold them. So if you have tried, holding ice cubes, after some time it starts hurting. You may have piercing sort of pain in your hand, right? but still try to hold the ice cubes as much as possible, because it really helps to sort of reset your system and helps to reduce the emotional distress. Uh, About the ice cubes or the ice pack thing, I especially tell people who are so emotionally distressed that they are even thinking of hurting themselves by, using a sharp object. You know, I frequently see as a psychiatrist people who are so emotionally distressed that just cutting themselves or scratching their skin with to induce some pain. That is the only resort that sometimes they have. So standing below a cold shower, or holding some ice cubes or ice pack in hand may be a safer alternative to manage that emotional distress, right? Rather than choosing something like, using a sharp object may put you at severe danger, right? So instead of coping with such techniques, I understand that severe emotional distress can be very painful and hurtful for the individual, but using these techniques of grounding, if you, the first two things like breathing, focusing and engaging, you can try. If that doesn't work, try to ground yourself, or as a last resort you can use ice cubes, ice packs, or cold shower, or even intense exercise. For example, wherever you are in your room, try to jog, standing in the same place, or try to do some jumping jacks, quick jumping jacks, and exhaust yourself. Even that intense exercise can help you to calm down when there is a severe emotional storm inside your head. So this is the third tool in your toolkit, grounding yourself. Next is noticing and naming. One thing that we experience when we are stressed invariably is that, we notice a lot of thoughts running in our head, a lot of thoughts, right? So sometimes we are confused what to do with these kind of thoughts. Sometimes we unsuccessfully try to stop these thoughts. We think that, I should not be feeling negative like this. I should not be getting these real crappy thoughts. I should do something to think positive. Let me try to distract my head from these thoughts by scrolling social media, by watching one Instagram reel after other, right? We are trying to distract ourselves from these very difficult, challenging thoughts, and we know that we end up unsuccessful. We know that we those thoughts don't go away anywhere if you're trying to just distract yourself by binge watching Netflix, or trying to distract yourself from some other thing, right? They will stay there. These thoughts will be there, right? And what we should be doing instead is we should watch these thoughts like a neutral person, like a third person, right? So I want to, discuss a principle with you. There is a difference between our understanding of self, you know, what you think of I, or the self, or if you are a religious person, the atma, or the soul, right? The self and the mind are two different entities, two distinct separate entities. Sometimes we don't make this distinction, right? You know who you are, because after years of doing a certain set of behaviors. For example, gets up at 8 o'clock. I am not this early morning person, right? So that is the experience of I or self. I am not a morning person. I am a person who would like to study late at night and sleep till 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning during my exams. So what is this sense of I or self? This is something which we have developed or built by doing lot of activities habitually and over a period of years together. That is the sense of I or self that we have. Okay. And there is another entity called our mind. And you must have noticed that the mind is not really fully under our control. We can't dictate terms to our mind. If you have, even remotely seen or heard or experienced something in your life, very likely that you may see that a thought is crossing your mind, right? So, for example, you may be a very, religious person, right? But you may get some thought which is completely against your values. So, because you have experienced that in your world, you have seen that on the internet, or you have seen something on the newspapers. So, even though you are a very religious person, you may get a thought which is not in line with your religious values, right? Because you can't really help but experience everything that is happening around your world, and your mind, it is like a, river, it is like a stream, and you always notice certain thoughts and emotions flowing in the mind, right? So you need to distinguish that your self or I is different from this, mind, and the thoughts and emotions and images and fantasies and dreams that are running in the mind, right? Let me try to explain you with some metaphors which may make it very easy to do this exercise of noticing and naming. Okay, that is the another tool that we are discussing in our toolkit to unhook ourselves from stress. The first metaphor is of the railway station. Imagine you are in the railway station and you are sitting, you are standing on the railway platform, and a railway starts, you know and you see that there are different bogies. Okay, in the first bogie there are a group of friends who are having a jolly good time because they are going to Goa for a trip. Okay, and you look at it and you feel good. Oh my god, these are a bunch of youngsters who are having, the time of their life, right? Then the next bogie comes. There is a married couple there who are arguing and fighting, and you feel that, oh my god, why are these people fighting? Then another bogey comes, and nobody is looking at each other's faces. Everybody is appearing indifferent, and they are fully lost in their thoughts. Okay, and you feel something, and you notice something, right? But at the end of the day, the railway bogies keep moving, and whatever you feel, the first bogie you felt happy because of a bunch of friends who are enjoying. The second bogie you felt a little, disturbed because someone was fighting with someone, and the third one appears very dull and indifferent, right? But that thought and those emotions just pass as the bogie passes in front of your eyes, and as the railway leaves the platform, you are just left to yourself, right? So you imagine your mind is also like that railway platform. Imagine yourself standing and watching all the thoughts and emotions in your mind. So the I or the self is watching the thoughts and emotions in the mind which are passing by. Okay, try to watch it from a neutral position. You are a neutral observer. You are a third person, right? Instead of fully getting involved in the thoughts and fantasies and images that are seen in the mind, you are watching it with a sense of detachment. You are watching it like a third person. You are not getting too caught up with whatever you are noticing at that point. You just notice these things and you name it. For example, you may notice a thought of, I just got a thought in my mind that I have to read up a lot about a particular subject which is there for your exam. Okay, I have got so much to read. That thought is crossing my mind. Okay, notice and name the thought and label the thought. Let me try to explain with another metaphor. The first metaphor that I told for noticing and naming was the railway platform. The second metaphor is, imagine you go to a movie theater, okay, and you go and sit 15 minutes before the movie starts. Okay, There is a white movie screen in front of you, and you know that you are so and so XYZ. You are sitting in the movie theater. You've gone alone that day. Nobody has come so far in the movie theater because you're 15 minutes early, and there is a white screen in front of you. But as soon as the movie starts, they start projecting these images on the movie screen, on the white screen, and the sounds and effects start. Okay. And you start feeling as if you are in the movie. So you feel as if you are the actor, you are the hero who is, racing on a bike. You are the hero who is jumping from one building to the other, trying to escape a villain. You are the person who is falling in love with a heroine. You are the person who is crying. You also cry because you feel as if you are the hero or the heroine, right? As if you are in the movie. But as soon as the images and the sound stop, you realize that you are XYZ again, and you are sitting in a movie theater, and you don't really have any connection with whatever was being shown on the movie screen. All of it was fiction, right? It was just fictional material, right? But if it was, a really good movie, if there was it was a if the director was really good, he would have transformed you for that 2 or 3 hours into believing as if you are the hero of the movie, right? So many times what happens, friends, is that we have a lot of thoughts and images and emotions and fantasies in our mind, and we start believing as if that is our reality. So there is still 1 month to go for the exam, but as soon as they put the timetable, it feels as if you are sitting in the examination hall, because you are getting a thought that, oh my God, I have not prepared well all these 6 months. I have so much to read. I have so much assignments to complete. Because those thoughts start running in your head, and your body starts to respond. The stress response starts in your body. If you are not aware, if you are not observing these thoughts like a third person, if you're not noticing them, or if you're trying to avoid these thoughts and emotions by distracting yourself, by doing certain things which may not be helpful, like drinking alcohol or smoking cannabis or smoking cigarettes, if you're trying to distract yourself from these things rather than noticing and naming, what will happen is you will feel as if you are in the examination hall. You will feel as if you're already failed the examination, right? It has happened to all of us, right? So our mind is like this movie theater, and there is always a new movie every day, or every moment there is a comedy going on, or a horror going on, or a romance going on. Something or the other is being shown on the mind's screen, and if you are not watching it with a sense of detachment, if you're not noticing the things that are happening, you may feel you are caught up with whatever is being shown on the mind screen. You may start believing as if whatever thoughts, images, and fantasies and imaginations are coming in your mind, they are your reality. And if you feel caught up like that, your stress response systems is invariably active, and you feel exhausted. You will feel exhausted physically, you will feel exhausted mentally, and you may end up feeling hooked, and you may not move in the direction of your values. You may move in the opposite direction, right? You may feel averse to studying. You may feel averse to your parents. You may not be really keen to go and discuss things with your teachers. You may run away from responsibilities. You may not take up opportunities or chances that come your way, right? So it's really important that we spend some time in the day to notice and name. See, some of us, even if we try to use these metaphors that I told of the railway platform, of the movie screen, and you being the moviegoer, we may not be able to practice these because it's very difficult for us to, do that in our head. For those people, what can be done is you can go on journaling on a piece of paper. You keep a diary, right? And start writing whatever you notice in your head. What are the thoughts that are running in my mind? What are the emotions that I'm feeling? What are the imaginations that I'm, running in my head? What are the scenarios that I'm running in my head? Even putting it down on paper can help you to notice and name, right? It can help you to understand this distinction that the feeling of I or self is different from the mind, and we have to watch whatever is happening in our mind with a sense of detachment, right? That can really help us to manage our stress. So this is the fourth tool in your toolkit. When you are trying to notice and name, and especially when you are noticing your thoughts, you will invariably come across some unhelpful thoughts, right? Let's not call them as negative thoughts and positive thoughts, right? I wouldn't say that all of us can have positive thoughts and positive emotions all the time. And trying to get rid of negative thoughts is not really a great idea. You will be unsuccessful, right? Rather, let's think, what are the thoughts which help us to move in the direction of our values, and what are the thoughts which will help us, which will hinder us from moving in the direction of our values. So we have to, we will invariably notice certain unhelpful thoughts, and we can easily remember these unhelpful thoughts with a mnemonic, blue. Okay, when you're feeling blue or when you're feeling gloomy, just notice whether you are having these blue thoughts. What are these blue thoughts? B stands for, am I blaming myself? Because we do it day in and day out, like, you had a big program organized, okay? And you were given the responsibility of the just announcing all the all the basically all the events in the all the various tasks or events in the whole program. Okay, you were given that responsibility. Somehow what happened was, the speaker who was supposed to come did not turn up for the program, one of the speakers. Okay, and everybody was upset because a lot of people came to the program because they wanted to listen to that particular speaker, and the speaker did not turn up. Okay, and at the end you may feel that, oh my god, what did I not do, that I had so much of enthusiasm for conducting this program. Why did this go wrong? And am I somehow responsible for the program being a flop, right? Or you are stuck in a traffic jam and you start wondering, why did I come on this route? I could have taken that other route. I know from experience that this gets bogged with traffic. Why did I come this route? So you may end up blaming yourself in various situations in day-to-day life. Just ask yourself, am I blaming myself? Next is, am I looking for bad news? So there may be many good things in our life, but somehow we are experts in focusing on what are the things that are not going well, right? For example, you give a presentation in your class, and 10 of your friends come and tell you that this was your first presentation, man, and you have done such a wonderful job. You stuck to time. You did a good job. Your first presentation, and you've done a wonderful job. 10 people tell like that, 10 of your friends. But one hypercritical friend comes and tells you that you should have tried more colorful slides, man. Your slides were boring, right? And immediately what we do is, we forget all the 10 wonderful comments that we have got from other friends, and we completely end up brooding about that one negative comment all throughout the day. We just throw all the positive things into the dustbin and look for only bad news. So just ask yourself, am I looking for bad news? Then U stands for, am I unhappy guessing? That means we try to become Nostradamus sometimes, we try to predict future. So your teacher calls you, and even before entering her cabin, you start predicting why the teacher has called you, right? Or you are supposed to participate in an event, a high stakes event, and you already guessed the outcome of the event, that this is not going to go well. So ask yourself, are you becoming a fortune teller, and are you trying to predict the future, which none of us can? Am I unhappy guessing? Next is, am I exaggerating? Am I making a mountain out of a molehill? this is your first internal assessment. All your life you have got A plus grades, right from kindergarten, and your first internal assessment in the postgraduate course that you have taken, you really do, you struggle to get marks, score good marks, and you immediately come to the conclusion, maybe I'm not made for this particular master's course. This is not my cup of tea. Maybe I should just stop dreaming that I will end up with a postgraduate degree and I will, maybe do uh, research in this particular area. Maybe I should stick with what all my other friends did. You make a mountain out of a molehill. You just not done well in the first internal assessment. You can make it up in the further assessments, but you are just exaggerating, just blowing things out of proportion. Each one of us experience day in and day out. Nobody is an exception, I'm sure. So just noticing it and understanding that this is just a thought in my mind and this is not me, right? This is not about me. This is not myself. Okay. This is just a passing thought. This is just a passing emotion in my mind. That sense of detachment, that ability to distinguish yourself from the happenings in your mind can actually empower you to manage your stress levels. Also, each and every moment, as many times as you can, just do a check-in and ask yourself, your body is here, but is your mind here in the present? If you're sitting, in a hall for attending this program, or if you're sitting in the comfort of your home attending this webinar online, just ask yourself, your body is in front of the computer, or your body is in front of this big screen in the hall, right? But is your mind there really? Or is your mind in the future? Or is your mind in the past, right? So when you sit down to have, a amazing dinner that your mother has prepared for you, you come back from your college, when you're having your dinner, are you really present and are you really focusing and engaging on the act of having this sumptuous meal that your mother has prepared? Or when you are eating about your meal, you are thinking about why did Rohit Sharma hit that, hit that ball for trying to hit a six and get out, for all the cricket fans who are still brooding about the World Cup loss? Or are you finding yourself, lost in thoughts about the assignment that you need to finish up in the next week, right? Your body is here. Just check in whether your mind is also here, because when your mind is in the present, your stress levels are manageable. If your mind is in the future, or if your mind is in the past, your stress levels become, more. Because if you're thinking about the future, invariably we are not sure about our future, there is a lot of uncertainty, and you will start feeling anxious and nervous and maybe fearful, in frank fear, right? Or if you're thinking about past, it's done and dusted, you can't do anything about it, and you may feel gloomy that, what could have been, what I should have done instead, all, you can imagine all sort of things, but you can't really change the past. So your stress level shoot up if your body is here, but if your mind is not in the present moment. So do this check-in. Okay. So those are some of the tools that has to be in your toolbox, right? We talked about breathing. We talked about, focusing and engaging. We talked about managing emotional storms by grounding ourselves. We talked about noticing and naming. And when I talked about noticing and naming, I also pointed out the blue thoughts, and also checking in, as many times as possible to see whether your body is here as well as your mind is in the present moment. If your mind is not in the present moment, try to do some tasks that we discussed so far to sort of bring your mind to the present moment, right? These are some of the tools that have to be in your toolkit to unhook yourself from stress. Now there are some other things that I would like to share. One is, you see two pictures here. Okay, there are two people. So what's the difference between the two people here? As you can see, this person has a different ladder and he has climbed to the top. And then this poor chap has chosen a ladder where, he is not even able to touch the first rung of the ladder, the first step of the ladder, right? So the only problem here between these two people is they did not make the right choice of ladders, right? So many times what happens is we want to do well in our life, but we want to, directly jump and, do the best possible thing, right? We keep unrealistic targets, right? For example, when we think of studying, we should think of the smallest unit which we need to study. For example, if you are out of habit, if you had a break in between your graduate course and the postgraduate course, you are out of touch for the last 2 months, you've had holidays and you've not read at all, it may be really difficult to finish 50 pages in a day, right? So you need to chunk it down, break it down into smaller tasks, because when you break it down into simple steps and smaller steps, it becomes easier to climb the ladder, right? You don't get disappointed. This poor chap who has chosen this ladder, who has unrealistic targets, will feel disappointed at the end of the day that he has not done anything, right? Whereas a person who has broken down his tasks into smaller steps, who has made a plan which is realistic, which is time bound. When I think of studying, I should think of, okay, this particular subject, this particular topic that my teacher covered today, I did not understand a certain principle, a certain concept in the whole class. 80% of the class I could understand. The 20% I did not understand, can I finish it in this half an hour that I have for studies, right? When you do that, when you are able to finish that small chunk of work, you get that experience of pleasure and mastery. So when you choose small steps, you experience pleasure and mastery many times in your day. And this experience of mastery and pleasure is what actually motivates us to do more in our life, right? So no motivational speaker can keep your balloon, inflated, uh, all the time, right? Because motivation it's like a balloon only. It will get deflated very soon. You can't go on watching motivational lectures all throughout the day instead of studying, right? So no motivational speaker is going to help you to, do things in life, right? If you don't motivate yourself by choosing small steps to experience mastery and pleasure, because whatever said and done, we want that reward of pleasure, right? Why are we hooked to Instagram reels? Because it gives you that kick within those 15-20 seconds. In fact, if you are a person who is trying to make yourself visible on social media, there is a principle: if you are not able to grab the attention of the audience within these first 10 seconds, you lose the audience. So that is the attention spans that we have. So why we get hooked to these social media applications in the first place is they smartly and very nicely put these rewards at various places. You open any app, there are ways to reward you and give you that pleasure so that you get addicted to that, right? So the same principles can be put to use to do well in our life, to grow in our life also. But you should have realistic smart goals and targets. So what are smart goals? Specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time bound. It should have those characteristics. You can't vaguely say that I will read say sociology today, I will read business studies today, I will read economics today. It's very vague. You don't know. At the end of the day, even if you end up reading 2 pages, you will feel like a disappointment because you not even set a smart goal for yourself. But if you tell yourself, let me try to read these 2 pages of economics today, and if I'm able to do that, I'll move on to the next goal. After finishing those 2 pages, you will have that sense of reward and pleasure, and that will help you to move on in your life. So small steps, my friends, choose small steps to experience mastery. Another thing is we need to redefine failure. Failure is not the opposite of success, it is part of success. We as individuals will invariably face failure in one or the other form. And if we get disappointed when we are confronted with failure, you know, we cannot really do much in our life, right? Because somewhere we feel that, we are playing for the crowd, we are playing for approval of others, and the moment we face failure, we think that we are not successful. I'm a loser, sort of a thing. But losing is part of the game. Failing is part of the journey of success. We need to redefine failure. Also, to have a good mental health, to manage stress, and to have a healthy life, we need to stick to the basics. The basics that your parents, your grandparents, ajaji, all have been telling you all your life. You know, sticking to a healthy diet. What you need to do is, I'm not propagating or advocating for some fancy crash diet, or all I would not take any names here, right? But can you stick to the basic principles of a good diet, like eat vegetables and fruits every day in good portions, right? Try to eat less of packaged foods, refined foods, ultra processed foods. Can you cut down on fried foods? Can you cut down on caffeinated or aerated beverages? Can you cut down on sugars? As simple as that, right? Try to have good portion of proteins as well as carbohydrates, right? Eat nuts, instead of snacking on some packaged items like chips, for example. You can keep almonds with you, you can keep some walnuts with you. So instead of taking certain other snacks, eat healthy snacks, right? Can you eat salads more times in a day, right? In a week, maybe once or twice in a week, you can have salads also in your diet. So by using these basic principles, you can have a healthy diet, right? They say that, when you take small portions of food, eat, take a small portion, wait till you feel satisfied, because as soon as you eat, you may not feel your hunger is satisfied. So keep a smaller plate, take a smaller portion, especially a smaller portion of rice. If your staple diet is rice, take a smaller portion, wait till your hunger is satisfied, till you have satiety, right? These are some principles which you can stick to. Exercise in some form every day. See, if you are taking the lift, why not take the stairs? If your class is in fifth floor, walk till the third floor and then take the lift. Or if if you catch a bus, walk till the next bus stop, which is 500 meters away, and take the bus from there. Think of simple ways to exercise. Not all of us can hit the gym every day, but we can still meaningfully exercise by doing some small changes in our lifestyle, right? These are things which can be possible by each one of us, no matter how busy you are with your academics, right? But if you're able to hit the gym every day, or take up a sport in a regular fashion, that's also amazing, right? But each one of us can still exercise in small manner. Connect with nature. Even research has shown that spending some time with greenery, I'm sure, in Bangalore, you have lot of places with, greenery. You're lucky, right? So if you can go there and spend time, if you're not able to go to a place like that, can you have some plants in your room, in your balcony, right? Nurture certain saplings in your, pot some plants, okay? Tend to it, okay? And when you have a connection with nature, your stress level invariably goes down. Just, you know, having that sort of a green identity, that connection with nature really helps to manage our stress levels and have a healthy life. Also sleeping, my friends, we are a sleep deprived generation. We are forcibly keeping ourselves awake with the FOMO, the fear of missing out. At 2 a.m. in the morning, my favorite influencer is going on Instagram live, and I need to attend it because I have a community of people who are going to be there connected. This fear of missing out is making us lose out on precious sleep. Sleep is the biggest investment you can do for your future health. Just sleeping for 7 to 8 hours in the night will ensure that your physical and mental health are top notch. So as students, that memory gets consolidated in sleep. So whatever you have read throughout the day, if it has to be transferred for long term memory, you know if the memories have to stick with you, whatever you have studied, it happens during your sleep. Sleep is a very active process. You are not losing out precious time by sleeping. You are not wasting away time. You are actually rejuvenating your body and mind. There are a lot of physiological processes that happen during sleep which will not happen if you are not spending enough time sleeping, right? Lot of hormonal changes in neurotransmitters, changes in growth factors, which are really important and which can only happen when you have 7 to 8 hours of sleep at night. So don't deprive yourselves of sleep, and socialize in the right manner. Even if you have 2000 5000 virtual friends, who will come to you if you are in a bad shape today? Will someone come to you? Just how many people will come to you on if you just make a phone call? Those are your real friends. Hang out with those real friends. And when I say socialize, try to socialize without drugs, without it need not be a party with certain substances always. Somehow that kind of a culture is coming into our societies, right, where socializing means that certain substances and drugs are around, right? Socialize in the right sense. It may be just spending 10 minutes of your day after your class with your good friends. It may be just one or two of your friends. So these are some of the basics that we need to stick with, for good health as well as to manage our stress. And my friends, these are beautiful pictures that I have taken in our Yanapa University campus in Mangalore. So while having coffee at our coffee place. So as you can see a picture of a caterpillar, and you can see picture of a pupa, right? So the caterpillar, it has only one job. It just eats all throughout the day. It does not think about anything else. Just eat, and sleep, right? And the pupa, so before the butterfly emerges, it just goes into a shell and it just rests and sleeps, nothing else, right? So the caterpillar and the pupa does not look at the butterfly which has spread its beautiful wings and it is flying around and enjoying the scenery. It does not worry about you know uh, it does not worry about the butterfly which has already moved on, right? It knows that right now things are not okay, or maybe not for the caterpillar, I mean, right now I can't really fly. I just need to focus on eating and building up all the resources so that my time will come one day to fly, right? So sometimes in our life, things are not really good, and all that we can do on that particular day is probably take rest. We just can have a healthy meal and take rest, and that's okay. Our mental health is not the same all the time. It is fluctuating, right? We cannot have a perfect mental health. So there may be difficult days, and you just have to tell yourself that it's okay to feel like that. You need not feel upset about it, right? And it's okay to take rest. You deserve rest. And also, my friends, I would tell you, don't get bogged down by stigma. Mental health issues show up in many different ways. Learning to recognize these signs is really important to build positive mental health. What are those changes? If you're noticing there is a lot of change in your appetite, like you lost interest in eating food, or you are eating a lot, of junk food, or you are eating a lot of ice creams, or if you have a lot of agitated behavior, you're feeling very restless, if you are not finding interest in doing things, if you have intense fear, if you're feeling helpless, if you're feeling anxious and nervous all the time, if you're feeling worthlessness, if you feel irritable, if you're doing reckless behaviors, you're not thinking of the consequences, you are driving rashly, you are spending money recklessly, you're doing online shopping recklessly, right? If you are socially withdrawn, you are not socializing at all, if you have difficulty concentrating, if you have nausea, vomiting sensation, or giddiness, if you have difficulty sleeping, if you notice certain symptoms like this, do not ignore them. Take help from a mental health professional. You need to, set aside all the stigma and taboo that is associated with coming to a mental health professional like a psychologist or a psychiatrist, or a counselor, right? Just muster the courage and go and talk with someone, right? If you are experiencing some mild problems, if you are experiencing some day-to-day stress, talk with a loud family member or a friend, who you can trust, right? But if you have these symptoms that I talked about in a persistent manner for 2 weeks at a stretch, then you should contact a mental health professional. Don't hesitate to do that. And also, we at Department of Psychiatry at Anapoya Medical College, Mangaluru, we have a helpline number. I request all of you to note down this helpline number, that is 910-891-9025. It's a 24/7 helpline. If you have any problems, you want a patient listening ear, non-judgmental listening, or you need to talk with someone to vent out your anger or frustration or, helplessness or sadness, feel free to call up this number. Also, National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS, in collaboration of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, has introduced something known as Telemanas, which is a teleconsultation sort of a service, counseling service. So you can also note down these numbers, 14416 or 1800-891-4416. These are toll-free numbers, okay? And you will definitely, get some help. You can get a good start. And then when you have the motivation, or when, if you are suggested by these people to meet a mental health professional, you can contact them. So especially these helplines are 24/7. Our helpline, from Department of Psychiatry, you can call up anytime to take help, to seek help. So I would strongly suggest to note down these numbers, these helpline numbers. At the end, of my lecture, I would want to tell you, that a diamond is just a piece of charcoal that handles stress exceptionally well. Don't you think so? How a diamond is formed? A piece of charcoal, is stuck, you know, meters into the core of the earth, and it has to endure pressure, and it has to endure time, millions of years, and millions of units of pressure, right? And the piece of charcoal turns into a diamond. And as I told in the beginning, I'm sure with this lecture, I have tried to impress upon you that, let's not look at stress as our enemy. Let's not try to get rid of stress. All these fake, influencers and the so-called coaches sometimes create this confusion in our head that we should live a stress-free life and we should not experience stress at all. That is going to be near impossible for each one of us. Stress is a part of our life. Let's make stress our partner. I hope I have convinced you guys that, we can endure stress, we can cope with stress, and in fact, we can have a healthy and fulfilling life. We can thrive despite the stress that we experience. I hope, with the tips that I discussed today, all of you would turn into these beautiful diamonds, will come out with flying colors at the end of, your courses at Yanapoya Deemed to be University. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity once again, and all of you who have been patiently listening to my lecture. Thank you.
Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Hello. Check.
ಯಾರು ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರಪ್ಪ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ?
ಅಪ್ಪ. ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರು ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ?
ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಒಬ್ಬಂಟಿ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ.
in After Effects, because that's a lot of work. Whatever picture, sound, or graphic that I can imagine, Envato Elements has the thing to bring that vision to life and create better videos faster. Try Envato Elements now and get access to unlimited downloads of millions of creative assets, all covered with a lifetime commercial license. Create better
Madam, you can start.
Yeah, 1 second. I will do that. Yeah. I cannot see my this thing. So today, uh, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to be speaking at your Deeksharambh. I'm Dr. Veena Vaswani. I'm Professor in Forensic Medicine and Director Center for Ethics, Yanapoya deemed to be University, Mangalore. We're going to talk about the bioethics and ethics committees. In short, I'm aware that you have taken up the master's program. So you will know that new knowledge creation requires authenticity, it requires scientific rigor, and if it is a research involving participants, and it has to undergo the ethics committee review processes. So with that in keeping in mind, my presentation covers uh, bioethics, its background, the historical aspects of it, and the research and bioethics nexus, and then the ethics committees. We'll be tracing the history of medical ethics to some extent and explore how birth of bioethics shaped the practice, and to identify ethical challenges during research, and to overview function of ethics committees. Ethics is all about perception, but not just first impressions. Even if you have a perception, if you look at this picture, you might see only two people. But then if you carefully look at it, some people might see four. And then if somebody says they can see the fifth and five, this is not a scope for fighting that who is right, who is wrong. But even if it is the perception, it requires a background explanation as to what is counted, what is not. So that means in the real life, in the scientific nature of a conversation, we need to be very truthful. So, tracing the history of medical ethics. Now, whenever you look at ethics, it is doing the right from wrong, good from bad, and virtue from vice. But in medical ethics, especially when you do a cure for the patient, there are two people in this, the patient and the doctor. So then, whenever there are two people, there should be a method of doing something. So that is sometimes given as a code of ethics. Wherever you go, sometimes you find the hospital code of ethics, professional code of ethics. So even the professional bodies are coming out with their own code. So one of the earliest codes of Code of Hammurabi, who talks about what are the duties of a physician. That means even the health carer, what kind of care he should give, how should he choose the patient, how should he behave when he goes to a patient's house, and so on. And then he also talked about malpraxis. That means while treatment, if you're not careful, if something goes wrong, then what is the penalty given to the doctor? So that was also a part of code of ethics. And also we had a Hippocratic oath, which doctors took while taking a oath as becoming a doctor, which was later on underwent World Medical Association. There were certain changes, and then the code of ethics. Why we're stressing on this code of ethics is that although we don't see ethics as strong as law is, legally, if you don't do something which you're supposed to be doing, you might even get jailed and you might get a penalty. Whereas ethics is a kind of soft direction, it shows you what you should do. So some people look at law and say it's okay if you follow the law, there's no need for anything more than that. But actually, whenever you are doing a research, especially on participants, then you should be very aware of the fact that things may go wrong, and hence whether you have inform the participant about it. So the code of ethics to that extent are important to respect. If there is a code, we should respect it. So whenever when we talked about the Hippocratic Oath, and it's the classical version that remained unchanged until 1900, and later on it was rewritten. And unlike Ayurveda, like Ayurveda dwells on a metaphysical aspects, whereas the modern medicine confines to practice and teaching of medicine. So here, the lot of proof in the form of what is obvious in the form of blood level, that is not required in Ayurveda. So now I'm just trying to tell you the importance of doing research in an ethical way. I'll give you an example of Tuskegee syphilis study. It's a government-funded project, and which was to study the natural course of a disease. And but when you're seeing a natural course of a disease, then you should enroll people whichever whichever population the disease is seen in. Like if you have a cough and cold, and if I want to study a kind of influenza pattern that's only in Mangalore, I won't go only for the orphanages, I won't go only for the poor people, but because influenza affects each and everyone, I will take a good number of participants who are rich, who are poor, who are obese, who are thin, who are working in factories, etc., and who are not working there, in different ways, so that they represent universe, different varieties. Whereas in syphilis study, although syphilis was seen in every other person, the Tuskegee syphilis study, which was planned, was only on American blacks. And then, when they were doing the study, the penicillin was invented. So that means if they knew so many people were suffering from penicillin, they should have given penicillin to those people and taking them out of the study, but it didn't happen. So as a result, even though there was drug, there were so many people who died. The young children were born with congenital syphilis. That means, so that is why the ethical principles that came to the fore were respect for persons. Now, do not, when you're doing a research, don't just think of having people in your research. Develop an attitude of respect for the participant, talk to the participant about the research, and then get them into the study if they are willing. And another principle that came to light was beneficence. That means do good to the others. Bene is good. Beneficence is doing good to others. Whenever we are doing a research, if you find that there is a harm, then you should not do it, or you should stop it halfway. And then justice, that is fairness. These principles are important. They're also in healthcare, but in research, that has another component: non maleficence, do no harm. Now, talking about why we're talking about the human subjects research is because many a times we don't realize that the research we are doing might bring harm to the participant. So in 18th and 19th century, vaccination trials were there, and they resulted in lot of deaths. Mortality is death. So in these early trials, physicians used sometimes themselves or their slaves, because slaves were the easy people to get for the research. Many a times, experiments were conducted without informing participants of dangers with such experiment. Imagine you go to some hospital for getting, you're having cough since 2 months. And then you come to know they have been taking a lot of your blood samples, urine, and other things because they want to do a research. You're not aware of it. I'm sure it does not make you feel good that the research is on you, but you feel, why didn't they ask me before they took my blood samples? Because you feel your body is something of your own. Nobody can use it against your wish. So, even the Edward Jenner's experiments, which tested smallpox vaccine on his son and the neighborhood children, all of them were the beginnings of vaccine trials, but the ethical principles had not yet been laid down then. In the 20th century, again, Walter Reed was another person who did experimentation. He did on inoculation. That means vaccine for yellow fever. And that resulted in lot of advances in medicine. But for the first time, he gave a prototype of what is an informed consent. That means agreement from the patient's side that I've gone through what you're doing for my body or the samples and I'm willing for it. That is called the consent form. So the first prototype one we have is in the 20th century. During Second World War, there were a lot of experiments on human persons in the prison. The Nazi experimentation on Jewish population. You may have heard about how in the prison experiments things were horrible, how people would be killed, maimed, injected with something that was lethal. So as a result of this, people were disgusted that how can you use another human person in your experiments? How can you cause harm to him because you want some knowledge out of it? So that is why they came up with like, for example, there was these twins experiments, and the twins were given different colored injection to see if the color of the eye would change, and so on. So similarly, transplantation, head injury experiments, immersion into hot and cold, in very cold and very hot condition to see what are the skin changes. Now this is not human. When you do something that causes pain to the other, then it is not fair if that person is not expecting this to happen. He has never even known such a thing will happen, but you end up harming him by putting him in hot water or cold water and trying to make out that. So that is how, although during Second World War, lot of the prison experiments were used to bring about changes in the way the war is fought, including making weapons of war. But that was one of the wrong things to do, because there is a mountain of shoes from the people who were killed in prisons, and they were subjected to one or the other type of experimentation. These are the bones. These are the skulls and the bones. So that is, as a result of this, people woke up to say, we shall not do such experiments which cause death. We shall not do experiments that cause harm to others without the knowledge, and we shall not do anything that is offensive. So that became the Nuremberg Code of Ethics. Nuremberg was the place in which I showed some of the pictures. In Germany, that's a place called Nuremberg, and the trial of the doctors was conducted. The trial of the regime, of the Hitler's regime, who all were the officers responsible, was conducted in Nuremberg. So then after that, we have a strong code of ethics that if you're doing a research, especially on human participants, most important thing is you should take the consent. It is called the voluntary consent. And what is the voluntary consent? When two people agree to the same thing in the same sense, then that is consent. Supposing you come to a hospital and the doctor tells you you take this medicine, and he charges you 500 rupees and calls you after 3 days and tells you if you don't get better, we have to do blood investigation. Now you say, okay, after 3 days you come. Although he has told you he will give blood investigation, he takes your consent for that. That means now you have agreed that your blood is taken only for seeing what has caused the cough. So that is why it's called a voluntary informed consent. It's voluntary because you have agreed to it. and informed because he has told you, discussed with you what you're suffering from, what needs to be done, and what are the modalities of treatment. So, also, any research should yield useful results. You just can't do something like the prison experiments for the sake of doing it and keeping your observations, but it would be for something that is beneficial to the mankind, and it should be based on the prior work. That means suddenly, if I have a brainwave, I should try this. I cannot do a research on that. It should be tested, proven, already on the animals at least, and it's done on the humans, and then it is the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and 4, and later on when it comes to market, phase 4. So every research should avoid physical mental suffering. They should not be expecting death or disability as a part of the research. And the most important thing is the risk should be less, benefit should be more. And the participants or the subjects must be protected from injury. And if something goes wrong, they should get a free access to treatment. They may withdraw anytime from the study. It is not compulsory that because you have enrolled them for the study, they must go through the study. So this is how the Nuremberg Code resulted in a lot of guidelines being laid down for the sake of study, and which is research. Now, let's just understand about Tuskegee syphilis study, because the Tuskegee syphilis study, it's quite sandwiched before Nuremberg and after Nuremberg, from 1932 to 1972. And during this time, a study was on American blacks who had syphilis. Syphilis is a sexually transmitted disease, and it is transmitted when there is a contact through sexual intercourse. But to children, it can come through pregnant women. When they deliver, the child could be born with syphilis, which is called congenital syphilis. It will infect, if the man is infected, he could infect his wife, which could in turn infect the children who are born through the uterus. It's called the congenital because the changes of the syphilis are seen in the fetus and when it is taking birth. So more than 600 African American men were studied. They were not told that they had syphilis. Now you can't say there is a consent because they did not know what they were being studied for. In an effort to better understand disease, the researchers denied these people access to treatment. If treatment is available and they are suffering, but you are withholding that treatment, that is not ethical. And they recorded observation of and the effects of the disease over a period of time. That means they basically subjected them for a research which was bringing harm without offering them any benefit of being participant in the research. So the people who were undergoing, they were in the research, they thought or they were told that they had bad blood. And for that, they were given free health care. And they were in fact happy that they were getting free health care for bad blood, but they did not know that they were not being given any treatment. So 2/3 of the group had died by the end of a 40-year experiment. And when it led to the stoppage of the study, there was a lot of legal ramification. There were actions brought against the people who were a part of this study. It has been widely regarded as most infamous study in US, and that resulted in creation of a Belmont report. Now, that Belmont report and institutional review boards, that means the ethics committees or the review boards, which we will also be discussing as the next part of the presentation. During this time, a paper was published, and they had a lot of articles that the research was on without a proper consent, and the institutions did not care. They did not care for the participant. So the Belmont report resulted in respect for person as a first principle. That means if you are doing research, first thing you should know is to respect your participant. protecting the autonomy of people. Auto is what? Auto is self. Nomi is nomination. Now, when you are 19 or 20, when you walk into a shop, you have your money in your pocket, you buy a shirt because you are autonomous. But if you have to buy a clothing when you are 8 or 9 year old, you can't fill it in your pocket some money and say, I want to buy a shirt or a pant, because then the shopkeeper would doubt whether you have that authority in you, whether you can buy it, and then the mother will come back asking, why did you give my son this? I didn't buy it. So at that moment, the autonomy is people recognize your capacity to make a decision. So we have to respect persons who come into the research or healthcare, that they are capable of making a decision. And if they are not, it is not their fault. We have to dialogue with them and inform them about what is the matter at hand, what needs to be done. We should treat them with courtesy and respect, and we should allow them to take part in this if they have understood, clarified their doubts, and so on. So researchers must be truthful, and there should be no deceit. Like in case of Tuskegee study, they were not informed that there was no treatment being given. They were told that they were being cured of bad blood, but there was no treatment happening. The first principle in respect for person, which translated into autonomy of the person, which means if a person has to undergo a research, he has to give a consent, he has to give his signature, which is the end process. But don't think consent means giving signature. That is not. Consent means understanding the process involved to make a decision to be a part of the research. And beneficence is second principle, and that comes from the principle of do no harm. That means the question is, if even if you cannot cure, it's okay, but do not do any harm. While maximizing benefit, the research project, and minimizing the risk, the research must be aware that harm should not be done. And that principle of justice, which means it should be non-exploitative. Supposing a young child has come to your house and it is asking you for something. Would you have the child do something dangerous and say, then I will give you, maybe the child wants about 20 rupees, or he's someone who has lost his bus and he wants 10 rupees. And you say, okay, I'll give you 10 rupees provided you do this thing which is dangerous to him. So that would be called exploitation. So justice means fairness. Fairness in your distribution of cost, distribution of benefit, distribution of harms, everything you should be fair. Supposing, you can imagine how the mother deals with the children. If there is something to be given, she wouldn't say, I will give to only this because he is my favorite. She generally divides equally into all portions, which is called equal distribution. Or if one of the children is very sick and weak and it requires more food, and then she would rather give a little more to that child, which is called equity. But equality and equity are both processes of justice, of fairness. So that resulted, so in India, we follow what's called the Indian Council of Medical Research Guidelines, ICMR guidelines for biomedical research. In 1990, it was enunciated. It was revised in 2006 and is further revised in 2017. So that PDF is freely available. You can download it, and any researcher should sincerely go through it, at least to find out, because it's a very well written document. That's the Indian Council of Medical Research Guidelines for Biomedical Research. Now we move on to understand what is bioethics. Bioethics is a study of ethics brought about by advances in biology and medicine. That means whenever you are doing research, there is an advancement. Now, this has to be given to people who are ill, to better lifestyle, then it comes into medicine. So how then do you translate your research finding into healthcare? What do you follow? What principles do you follow? And who will be beneficiary? Then would you like to give it only to the people who can afford and nothing to the people who can't afford? So this is about understanding what is bios, that is, how does the advancement of medicine, advancement of every sphere in the technology, how does it impact a person? And how should you use that technology in a way that is meaningful and not to use it to destroy or disrupt someone else. Do not use it in a negative sense. Have things been used negatively? Yes, they have been used negatively. So I will give you an example of ultrasonography. When ultrasonography came to India, it was many people thought it's a very nice thing to happen. But 50 years down the line, 40 years down the line, it's almost like it has resulted in nearly 50 to 60,000 female fetuses being aborted every year. It's like war against females. But did we know that ultrasonography was not meant to be this? But it can be utilized in a negative sense. That's why it is so important to understand ethics before you try to understand research. That bios is life, ethics means moral standards in life. Ethics is a branch of moral philosophy which decides what's good from bad, which is virtue from vice, and what is right from wrong. And it is not just knowing, but being sensitive and doing it. So, the moral principles, because I said ethics is a branch of moral philosophy, the moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conduct of an activity. That means it's a branch of knowledge that deals with moral principles. It could be changing in a circumstance to a culture, but it would adhere to some particular norms. So the field of ethics or a moral philosophy keeps evolving. It's like systematizing. You defending and recommending concept of right and wrong behavior. Sometimes what was considered wrong is now considered right in the changing value systems. But at the same time, it should have a background of why the change has taken place. And also, we should be mindful of source of human dignity, which is the every person has a human dignity, so we cannot use one person for the sake of others. Like we should not treat another person as an instrument or a tool. So the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1946-7. So it's the declaration of, it refers to human conscience. Disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of humankind. That means we have what we have done earlier with research for doing something good for others at the cost of loss of life for somebody. So that has literally has to be kept in mind, that human conscience should always be, how do we do justice, how do we do something good. So that is why if you are using somebody in human experimentation or something, you should have their consent. They should be understanding what it involves. Now research is there. It is going to happen. We cannot stop research because it makes better life. Better research, better lifestyle. Initially, we all traveled by bullock carts. Then came the buses and trucks. Then it was a better air transport. Now we cover a huge distance through air transport. But the question is, with every change that is being in, there is something else that is being taken away. That means in the days of bullock cart, what is it that we had, which we don't have now? Clean atmosphere, clean air, clean environment. Now, with so many motor cars and air traffic all over, industries spewing venom, what we have today? We have pollution, but we have technology as well. So, what is it? It's a challenging time that we have new technologies coming, but sometimes there are policy vacuums. We don't know how to deal with it, like it happened with ultrasonography. So the policy vacuums resulted in ethical problems, legal problems. So that is why we should be aware of how things can go wrong. Technology might even prolong life. You can put somebody on ventilator for years together, he could be on ventilator. But the technology does not necessarily give quality of life. This is one example of Terry Xiao, a lady who was on a life support system for a very long time. And this is her as a young lady, and this is how she became in a vegetative state. Now, like I said, technology can prolong life. It literally invades every aspect of your life, but it does not necessarily make you who you are. So that is why it's like a difference between the biology, you're breathing all right, you're called living, but as far as biography, you don't write anything in your daily life. That means you don't add to your some things. So this is how she was born in 63. In 1990, February 25, she went into persistent vegetative state. She literally lost connect with this world, but she was on the mechanical ventilator and things like that till 2005. 15 long years. So that is why sometimes we think the all research is not necessarily beneficial to that effect. So we also had with Aruna Shanbhag similar thing in India. So when we talk of bioethics, it has got a birth in two different ways, two horns like one Rancella Potter and Andre Heliger's. These two people used bioethics in a different sense. In the first, he used it in context of, he was like a biochemist or oncologist, so he used it in the sense of bridge to the future. How does it connect today to future? And I think it's a very, very interesting thought that when we talk of ethics, we only talk of today. The way you look at ourselves does not involve into introspection and changing the lifestyle. Whereas if you connect it to future, we have to look at what kind of future are we leaving for the next generation. Whereas when it came to Andre Heliger's, he more in terms of resource limitations. If you have only one ventilator, who would you give, and so on. So what are the issues at hand when we talk about bioethics? We talk about technological advancement, who gets the health care, and what happens during organ transplant. Now, the organoid transplants, end of life care. How long can you prolong life? If you put somebody on a ventilator without any scope of recovery, should you or should you not? And once you have done it, how long? Genetic testing. And these are some of the questions. It was made about 50 years back. This was okay, like it was a common thing to find so many children in one family. But now we have this producing about octuplets and sextuplets at one time. How would one care for all these children? Does the doctors also have any role in it, or it's only the patient's responsibility or wish that doctor has to take into consideration? So when we talked of philosophy, the medical ethics and bioethics Philosophy is about 2,600 years old. Medical ethics is about 2,200 years old. Whereas the bioethics discussion is barely 50 to 60 years old. It has come only after the Second World War, much of it as to what are we doing with our advancement. So that is why we should be fine tuned to understanding bioethics is here to stay. And in that, especially, we at the Center for Ethics in Nepoya University was first in India to start this bioethics course. And we run this in the Research Ethics Masters program, which was again the first in India program. There wasn't any such program before we got a grant from the NIH USA to start this. And as much as we are attracted by the technology, we also need to know how to ethically use it. Because same thing happens with research. Now, research is everybody's cup of tea. Everybody wants to do research. But what should be kept in mind when you're doing research? That the end point of research and ethics, all ethical principles should be stressed on doing good. That means you have to look at what is the net benefit, beneficence. We have to be focused on minimizing the risk. That means non-maleficence. You minimize the risk. And this has to be done with the knowledge of the person who is in the research. That means the participant who has got a consent for this. So that is why we have to look at minimizing the harm, protecting identity, maintaining truthfulness, and also ensure justice. I will give you one example. Many centuries back, one of the Roman physicians, Celsus, wrote that using criminals as subject for dangerous experiment is justified. And if it is justified also because it would save a lot of innocent people's lives. But do you think it stands to reason? Can we decide whose life it should be saved and whose lives are not so important? But those days, they did that. But today, no. Even a prisoner has his own rights. You cannot take away the rights to make a decision about his body. Whether you want to make a study, you want to see how burgers are effective method of breakfast for some children in a rural locality and some children in an urban locality. Do you even think that it's a good study? Because following this, the child from a rural locality will not even get an access to burger. Then what's the point of the study? Would the parents even know what it involves? Would there be autonomy? Would there be beneficence? Or just the fact that they're giving something free, so let us make use of it? That would be exploitative in nature. So what are the basic values we have to uphold in research? The first and the foremost is respect for human persons. Autonomy. We talked about autonomy. That means that is how we respect the person by giving the person a choice to make his own decision. And when he has made a decision, we crystallize it through discussion and informed consent form. And doing good actions, that is altruism for the benefit of others. This is the basic value that is to be upheld in research. Non-maleficence. That means do no harm. Especially in research, if you think that something is not working out well and participants are not responding positively, you should not hesitate to stop the study halfway. Just like we talked about the prisoners in the research, we should also look out for people who are vulnerables. That means who are easily exploitable. A group of people like newborns, not educated, or language, they don't speak the same language as you do, and people who are uh, terminally ill, who are at the end of life, or deaf, dumb, and some who cannot express. So, any of these disabilities may make them vulnerable. Vulnerable is injury. Vulnerable who are likely to be injured. Imagine that you're going out of the house and you want to shut the door. And when you're trying to shut the door, a small child, your brother's daughter, runs and puts the hand in the jamb of the door. When the door closes, the child's fingers are going to be badly hurt. We should be aware of such a thing. If there is a child in the house, that we can't bang the door, the child could be standing there and getting hurt. So that is how you try to look at who are vulnerables, who can be easily injured, like the small children. Same way, when there are children at home and your door opens straight away to the highway or to the main road, you don't leave the door open, do you? Because the child may venture outside. It may come to harm. Similar special care should also be taken during research. You have to look out for people who are likely to be injured or harmed during the research. And then is justice or fairness. That means, are we being fair? It's a principle of justice to do things which are fair. So that means, if I have to enroll people for my research, I should not go by people who are easily a part of the research because they know me. They could do that because they have a trust with you. But you should not exploit that trust. So that is what is called fairness. And then truth telling. A research, to me, is very nice because it can improve life for people. But for that to happen, we have to be truthful. We have to be sincere. We have to collect the data sincerely, document it, and make sure that you are accountable. Now, you cannot write, I examined 100 participants, and when they say, where are the 100? Oh, sorry. It was 10, it became 100. Accountability is trying to say that you can ask me anything on this, and a mistake, overlooking is different, but deliberately lying is something that will not be condoned. And maintaining confidentiality and privacy, because especially when we are including people in research, we should maintain the confidentiality. Imagine during COVID times, so many vaccine trials were going on, so much of research was going on. Leave alone research, even the healthcare. Being positive, COVID positive itself was like a great punishment because your houses got kind of COVID positive written, nobody came to visit you, there was so much of stigma. But in a research, there is a person enters into a research expecting that his privacy is upheld. But if it is not done, then it is against the tenets. So now we move on to the next part of a presentation, which is on Ethics Committee, Institution Review Board, or also called IEC, Institutional Ethics Committees. What should we know about them when we are doing a postgraduate research? A postgraduate research, if you are expecting a publication out of it, then it should be adhered to the guidelines of ethics. So that would be ICMR guidelines, and one had to look for getting the research through Institutional Ethics Committee clearance. So it's called the IEC Institutional Ethics Committees. And I'll just briefly give you some information about the roles and responsibilities. Now, what is the need for the review? Why should your study be reviewed? Your guide and you decide upon a study isn't that good enough. I would like to remind you of the Tuskegee syphilis study. I would like to remind you of the Nazi experiments. They were researchers, they were their bosses. But what happened? The protection, safety, rights were not upheld. So that is why you need somebody who reviews from an independent perspective. What do you mean by independent? They are in the institution itself. It is based in the institution, but half of the people on the review board are from outside the institution. Even the chairperson is outside the institution. And they look at the safety of the participant. They uphold the right and welfare of the human participants. So, researchers usually believe, and sometimes they have a conflict of interest. If I'm getting, let us say, some instruments free through some company, I would like to use it in the research. I don't mention that I got it free. And then I would like to show that in my research, this instrument was the best because I used it. But the question is, you have a conflict of interest. You got it free, so you are biased about it, so you want to write that. So also we should remember what is the own interest and the improvement in science. If I have my own interest of finishing my master's thesis, it doesn't matter how I do it. But if your own research is used for publication, which will be 3 4 people will do similar research, take similar numbers and do it, then the whole lot of copycats you're producing are of no use. And research is always not custom made. You have to do it to answer a research question which is specific to your background. And the best interest should be upheld. Now, research may pose a degree of risk, so whether physical, social, or psychological. So, the ethics committee will be able to tell you whether this risk is okay or not. You might say that I will collect blood 5 times in 1 month, but the ethics committee might be able to say from a newborn 5 times, and it is not it's not acceptable because you're collecting 2 ml. It may be too much for a newborn child which may not have adequate amount of blood. So this is how the ethics committee minutely looks into a research and looks at what is a possible harm. And independent people give unbiased opinion. They have nothing against you. They may not even know you, but they'll study the protocol and see whether it requires to be given a clearance or it requires to be given suggestion for improvement, and also overall whether there is a relevance in the research. Means, is this research going to be useful? What are the responsibilities of the ethics committees? Ethics committees are independent. Why independent? Because more than half the people are from outside institution. They are not paid by the institution. They come here for the meetings, although they get only a travel allowance, but they are not afraid of your hierarchy of the dean, director, registrar, vice chancellor, so on, so on. So, and they're free from political bias or institutional professional bias or a market influences. They don't think that, okay, if we have 10 research from this institute, they might get a badge or some accreditation. No, they are thinking research, is it useful? Is this research accurate? Is it going to bring out what it wants to bring out? So that is why they're independent and they're competent. Why do we say the ethics committee is competent? Because they have people from different walks of life, different competencies. They have scientific aspects covered by basic scientists, the methodologies, the sample size, and then the ethical aspects by the bioethicist There is also a spiritual person or a one from the priest and other religious background. And there's also a lay person who looks at what kind of stigma discrimination is happening out here and how it would affect a layman, and then risk minimization precautions. This is how the ethics committee will take the responsibility of giving a good sound scientific topic for the research and ethical clearance for that. It's also timely and efficient, because if only one or two people are loaded with it, then it will not be efficient, it will not be timely. And there is an oversight. What is oversight? The mechanism by which the care is taken to see what is written is being followed by regular monitoring. There's also follow up on the whether it is complete and then what has happened with that, so they look at the documents. And it also is the education of community. These are the responsibilities of ethics committee. And now, who are the members of ethics committee? Who can be the members? When we say they are competent, they are capable, it means they have drawn their people from different fields. They're not only scientific, they're also medical, they're also non-medical, they're multidisciplinary in nature. They're multi-sectoral. That means they're subject experts, they're biostatisticians, they're legal experts, religious head or theologian. They can also be community representatives, like a layperson, a social scientist, a voluntary agency, and an ethics balance. And it should be balanced of age, gender. If there are 5 to 7 members, of which half of them if there are 5 to 7 from the institution, then there should be about same number for outside the institution. But the minimum quorum of 5 should be there. That means when they meet, these 5 people should be their minimum. And if it is clinical trial, then there is another one. But we are not going into detail. I'm looking at the very basics of doing a health research. Of these members, the chairperson is always from outside. He's a strong person, and you cannot get a internal person to be so strong against his own institution. So that is why you have an external chairperson. Whereas the member secretary is from within the institution, because they have to do a lot of load with the paperwork, writing, communicating, and the members are aware of social, local, and cultural norms. All of them should be able to see if somebody says that this thing is not a culture in this area, it may not go down well. For that, you need to have an insight into the local culture. They should also say if they have got a conflict of interest. Like if I'm the head of the institution, then I cannot be in the ethics committee. If I'm head of the research division, then I cannot be in the ethics committee. I cannot be doing both of them at the same time. Confidentiality agreement should be there. What is the composition of the ethics committee? So ethics committee has got a severe guidelines. I again want you to refer to the Indian Council of Medical Research guidelines for formation of ethics committees, where the 1 or 2 basic scientists are there, where the chairperson is always from outside the institution. 1 or 2 clinicians are there, and they could be from various institutes. 1 legal expert or a retired judge. 1 social scientist or representative from the voluntary organization. 1 philosopher, 1 layperson, 1 member secretary who is internal. So these are according to the guidelines. Initially, we used to have Schedule Y, which is now replaced by Drugs Act. But then I've just given this, it remains almost the same. 1 basic medical scientist, that's only for clinical trials, so we'll not go into detail with that. So it's okay that if you are well versed with these ethical guidelines, what should be according to the ethical guidelines, without bothering about this. You may even sometimes, if you're doing a research which is not very common, then you may The ethics committee may call for a subject expert from outside, but he will come and explain the whole thing, but he will not be able to vote. So then the protocol submission and document for review. Now, if you sit with your guide and make a research proposal, then there's an application form available, and you have to follow the guidelines and make in that particular format. The protocol has to be in the required format. Just don't write 10-20 pages and say I want to submit for public for the synopsis for ethical clearance. Is it in that protocol? Is there an investigator brochure? Is there a consent form? And if you're going to recruit people from outside, then there should be study advertisements. Or whether you have a CV, you should start with making your CV. And you should also have a copy of your guide's CV. Then you should also disclose conflict of interest. That means you're saying that my research is not funded by somebody, and my research, nothing free is given to me. I'm not biased about this research. And also copy of licenses if you have, if it's of any particular, it's requiring license, and research project budget, etc. So these are some of the things that you have to get ready when you're submitting for the review. Now, ethics committee looks at the scientific validity and conduct. Means, is it scientific? Second, does it comply with ethical principles? That means, are your participants fairly selected? Is the benefit more than the risk? Is the privacy and confidentiality of participants maintained? Because nobody likes their pictures, photographs, discussions about their community being done in public. And is that from a vulnerable background? So in that case, what is the extra protection? Is there a good selection, equitable from different strata of society? Are you qualified to do this research? That means, have you, let us say for a master's, you should at least have a bachelor's to do a research. If you're doing in a particular area like DNA, then you should have undergone a training in DNA at least. If you don't have, and if you still want it, then you should at least have a training certificate. So then conflict of interest management, then informed consent forms. How do you administer informed consent, the process of administering as well as the form? What form are you going to give? And what are the community concerns? So these are some of the things you have to know when you're submitting to ethics committee. When you talk of approaching the ethics committee, think of these 10 steps which are very important. Ethics committees have a specific dates of meetings. So the day it is over, don't go and say, can you do it tomorrow? So you should be well aware of the timeline of ethics committee meetings. When do they meet? Like our ethics committee meets second Thursday of every month. So you should work hard in the third and fourth week and give it in time, at least 1 week before they should receive it. If tomorrow is a meeting, somebody tells you, I've got my proposal, please see it. No, it can't be done. It has to be seen. It has to be read through. That is why don't try to fast track it like that. Submission, first step is you should know the date. Second step, submission made by researchers keeping with the requirement of the ethics committee's standard operating procedure, SOP, standard operating procedure. So if at all you want to give your submission, go through the ethics committee, see the SOP, how do they want it to be submitted? Get conversant with that. It is not a barrier, it is facilitator. Finalizing primary and secondary reviewers. Now the moment the ethics committee gets it, now what ethics committee is going to do is they're going to finalize who will do the review, first review, second review. It is nothing to do with who are presenting the proposal, but within the ethics committee, who will do the review. Then the proposal is circulated within the ethics committee members with giving enough time to review. Like you can't say it today, send it today and say tomorrow it has to be seen. So then the quality will go down. Then the members undertake the review. Then the member who receives it, he goes through it, he marks with a pen and paper what are the problems, what are the solutions he thinks, or rather what are the suggestions that can be given, and what is not working out here, and what should get, it's difficult to follow, and things like that. Then on the day, that is the fifth step. So first one was prefix dates, one should know. Second, you make submission, your job is done. Then from here, phase 3, the point 3 is ethics committee, then it gives it sufficient time for review and members start doing the review. Sixth step is meeting of the ethics committee members, IEC, Institution Ethics Committee. They meet on a particular date, they discuss it, and they make a decision. 6, 7, 8 happen on the same day, then date. Then the process is documented and you get a minutes, whether it is approved or not. Or if it is not approved, enough suggestions are given to how to make it better. So in the first one, there's an announcement of date. It helps the researcher develop and finalize material. In the step 2, there's a submission. Once you submit at the secretariat, they check whether all the information is provided. In the step 3, the secretariat and chair decide who should do the review, and then the reviews are sent to everybody. Then the reviews are done during the meeting. The chair presides. Then first there is a quorum, all of them are there, at least 5 members are there, and they have gone through that and they bring their points. If they have any conflict of interest, they declare. And then the different concerns are written down and decision is made whether a conflict of, if you declare a conflict of interest, you may have to leave the meeting, and then the decision is made. Well, what do they do after going through your proposal? Then they decide whether it is okay. They can give outright approval. You get an ethical clearance. Call it ethics committee and ethical clearance, but don't call it ethical committee. It would be wrong to call it ethical committee. The committee is called ethics committee. The clearance is called ethical clearance. Then approval with modification, they might say, they might suggest some modification to you. Sometimes they're okay with it, but some important information is lacking. Then they ask you to resubmit with more information. They say, okay, you can do, but you have to resubmit because more information is required. This information is not clear from your project. And sometimes, rarely, they may outrightly disapprove. Rarely, because they're very encouraging. But if it is not ethical, if it is something that may not even be considered legal, so then they may not consider it, and they may ask you to come back with another topic. So the last phase is documentation. All these steps are documented. And lastly, the communication is sent to you. Whenever you get an ethical clearance, then your new thing starts. You can start the study. But till then, you cannot start the study. They may also give you how to safeguard the interest, and you may also have to give them quarterly report or half-yearly report. As soon as the study is over, you may have to send a completion report and synopsis. So what are the different types of reviews that ethics committee does? It is equivalent to a full review is something like you go to a gold shop. You just don't breeze in and say, give me some 2 danglers. I want to wear danglers. I'm buying it. If it is gold, then what we do, first things first, thoroughly we check all those they have. We look for its purity. We look for the cost. We look for the stamp, whether it has got a mark, Bismarck, whether it's for the standing for the quality, and then the rate. But here, the ethics committee, it goes through your proposal very minutely, and the more it has a likelihood of red light, especially if you're dealing with the vulnerables, if you're dealing with harm, more than possibly more than minimal harm, then it's a full committee review. Expedited review, is like window shopping. They can study it, they're only questionnaire based, there is not much harm that is expected. They can immediately give you ethical clearance. Expert review. It's like you may have to call on a diamond expert to say whether it's glass or diamond because you can't make out the difference. So, similarly, here, ethics committee calls for an expert. Then the study amendment review, whereas if the study has already made a change, you may have to go back to the ethics committee for amendment. So it's the amendment review. Or it could be new information due. This is the different things you'll come to know later. What's more important is in the ethics committee members make it their duty to do full time, and they're doing a good job. But you should try to take all that is information and advice given to them. You should be able to follow it through. Otherwise, it will be difficult for ethics committees, especially if you're doing same study in different committees. Then it like in different places. You may do one study at the same time. Your colleague may want to do another study in their place. So it could be multi-centric research. So for that, you need to get clearance from all other ethics committees. You get from your ethics committee. Your collaborators will get from the other ethics committee. So that brings me to the end of this. Now I'm open for questions. Any questions you'd like to ask? Any questions? Okay. If there are no questions, I wish you all the very best. I'll just look at the chat if there are any questions. So I congratulate you on taking up your master's program, joining it in earnest, and I wish you a very, very successful studentship and hope that you do a research that is really nice, that gets published, and so you can move on in your career track to PhDs and other programs. And most important thing is hard work and authenticity. Don't lose out on these things. Work hard and be authentic to your own selves. Thank you.